Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's Monday. And so, you know what that means? That means it's DPS Board of Education work session. And we'll be streaming that live here so that you can see it. Want to always make sure that we can increase the number of folks who are able to access it um, and provide a little commentary. At the end, we know that the board is talking about some critical things. We know that they're talking about the executive limitation around innovation schools that would impact how innovation schools operate. And we are interested to see where it goes. We've seen a few different amendments, a few talked with a few different folks about different pathways forward. I mean, ultimately, we have been very clear, very open about our position, my position, the position of other folks around what we think this is and how we've been concerned about the process and also just the spirit of the executive rotation. As somebody who's worked in innovation schools since the Innovation Schools Act was passed, as a parent of somebody who of kids, I don't know what the difference she's is. Not gluten free. She's I'm just gonna call center, and they're getting ready to come on here at the DPS board, so we're gonna bring that to them. Just for a while. Yeah, he's gonna be really Okay, my line. So the agenda for the night is posted in our comments on our pages. It looks like we're looking for sound on the DPS. The agenda for the night is posted in our comments. It looks like we're looking for sound on the DPS end because we've got. Looks I saw them setting that up. The little owl there in the middle.
DPS viewing audience, welcome to the work session for the DPS Board of Education. Welcome to those who are participating with us virtually. Like all meetings of the board, this meeting is open to all who wish to attend. Our meeting is being streamed via Vimeo. So thank you very much. We're going to kick it off and we're going to go right into board work because we have a lot to cover tonight. And so before I start the next item, if I can have Tamara Acevedo and her team join us and come and sit. You might have to grab another chair if you have more than 2 people here. And so Tamara's going to share, Tamara and her team will share about graduation and matriculation. So I'm just going to put that presentation up.
Oh, Tara is putting that up right now.
Okay.
She should be logging on.
And I'll pass it off to you,
Oh,
Tamara.
wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to try to keep it really tight with the presentation time to honor our focus on our schools and hearing directly from them. But
Can we hold off on questions too at the end, if you guys don't mind, and then we'll, if we have questions, we can ask them.
that's an excellent idea. We can ensure that we get to our schools and really hearing from them. I just want to tell you how much of an honor it is to be here with you all to go through our focus on achievement session for graduation and matriculation. Just a tremendous thank you to our superintendent, Dr. Marrero, to our board, President Gaitan, Vice President Anderson, and all of our directors. It's been a ride here with the pandemic and everything, and our team DPS has been working really hard, our school leaders, our students, our educators. So really happy to show this collaboration and then, really push on where we need to be. Also just say, with it being Women's History Month, I want to honor the women that are on this board directly here today for the history you're making. And I also want to say I was thinking specifically of somebody who's important to my history, my grandmother, Bertha Ruby Acevedo Gonzalez, who went to Denver Public Schools. I was thinking of her specifically today because we're focusing on graduation and matriculation. She actually wasn't able to complete and graduate from DPS. She got pregnant with my father at 16, and everything she did made it possible for me to be sitting with you here and be able to have the success and do the great work I get to do. So just want to honor all of our women, our history, as we move into this presentation. And so with that, if you move to the next slide, this is just a reminder of our focus on achievement goals. And so hearing from our schools, looking at data, and then going into implications. And then the next slide, going into the agenda. So as President Gaitan, you described, we will have a little bit of time for questions, but after our school leaders have had a chance to tell us about their work. So we're going to break up the agenda into two data sections. So we'll do data and strategy first on the class of graduation, class of 21 graduation and class of 22 graduation readiness strategies. So data, strategies, and then we'll hear from voices from our schools. In that first part, specifically Excel Academy and CEC Early Learning College. And then we'll go into our second wave of data and strategy and talk about the class of 21 college matriculation and post-secondary readiness data and strategy. And then we'll hear from the voices from our schools, DC 21, DSISD, and Denver South High School. We've actually had the opportunity to visit them really recently, so excited to hear from them. If you move into the next slide, this is just a reminder that we're talking specifically about our existing priorities. And we know that Dr. Marrero and the design teams that he has going are working on building out the multi-year plan to have influence on these and change them as we're moving forward. So with that, we'll go into the class of 2021 graduation rates and class of 2022 graduation readiness data for that first data and strategy portion. And for that, I have the pleasure and honor of turning it over to another amazing woman on our team DPS, our Senior Executive Director of College and Career Success, Adrienne Jackson.
Good evening, everyone. To Dr. Marrero, Superintendent, and to the Board for Denver Public Schools. We're going to spend the beginning of our session today digging into graduation data, first focusing on the class of 2021. However, we're going to spend the majority of our time together really honing in on our current seniors and their progress towards meeting the new graduation requirements. Before we take a look at the data, let me ground you and a few nuances as it relates to definitions. And our graduation rate is actually going to focus on the 4-year on-time graduation rate indicated by the percentage of students who received a regular high school diploma in 4 years or less. When we talk about the class of 2021 and previous, we're looking at students who actually completed the ICAP requirements and then earned 240 credits in the required areas. But lastly, and most currently, our class of 2022 and beyond, beginning with the class of 2022, students are expected to earn a diploma, must complete the ICAP requirements, attain 24 units in the required areas, and demonstrate competency in both reading, writing, and communicating in math. So to move ourselves forward, the 4-year on-time graduation rate, while it has decreased slightly, just from 74.6 in 2019 to 2020, to 74.0% in 2020-21, what we want to hone in here is that we've actually had 178 more 4-year on-time graduates. When we think about what this impact looked like, I do want to remind each of us that waivers did play a part, and those waiver proponents will not play that same part as it relates to the class of 2022.
Great, and so if you go into this next slide, this slide takes a deeper look into graduation data and how we can look at our focus groups against targets that we've set for the class of 2021. And so here you can see that our Black students, our Hispanic students, and our students with disabilities have 4-year graduation rates that have exceeded the district targets. It's important to note district targets were set on trying to ensure that we at least maintained our pre-pandemic growth. And so we've exceeded there. You can also see with what we've highlighted here that our in-program MLL students fell below our pre-pandemic rates. If we go into the next slide, we've narrowed in more on MLLs here to show you that our graduation rates for both in-program and exited MLL students decreased. However, our exited redesignated MLL rates exceed rates for in-program MLL students. And you can see this shows the line of where we're at as an overall district with graduation rates showing that, again, exited and redesignated exceed that. It's important to call out because we know that the research is true and our data in Denver is showing that same sort of research, that when students have the opportunity, our multilingual learners, to participate in programming support specifically for multilingual learners, they do well and they oftentimes exceed data of other groups. So, but this is also important to know that that all students and our in-program MLL students were hit hard by the pandemic, and we've got more work to do.
Okay. So let's dig deeper into what the graduation requirements for the class of 2022 and beyond look like. We're looking at a focus on ICAP, where students must complete each quarterly lesson to complete this particular requirement alongside 24 units or 240 credits of coursework, and then our competency demonstrations actually in reading, writing, and communicating, and math alongside career readiness and transition readiness. When we dig into our competency demonstrations on the next slide, they can range anywhere from a standardized test and course option to capstone options. Those standardized tests and course options can actually range anywhere from AccuPlacer to concurrent enrollment to SAT, ACT, as well as ASVAB. When you look at our capstone options, you're actually focusing primarily on mathematics, literacy, career capstone, as well as our transition readiness capstone. So I want to take you to the next slide to give you a demonstration of the opportunities that our students actually do have to reach competency. And when we look at that, what you're actually honing in on is that if we start with qualifying concurrent or dual enrollment courses, students can start as early as 9th grade and carry that through their senior year. Possibly as an example, when we look at qualifying IB, you're looking at students actually starting those particular possible attainment times during 11th grade. And then even if we went down to our mathematics capstone, another example of that would actually be acquiring that as early as our 10th grade. So students have multiple opportunities to actually be able to acquire their competency early, and also lots of opportunities to be able to attain the highest level of rigor in this attainment. So if we actually take a glance at our next slide, where currently our 77% of our 12th graders are at, what we're going to find out with a couple of months to go, the new expectations with a focus on competency and credit requirements, we have at least 77% of our 12th graders actually meeting the required competency demonstrations and 62% having met our required credit requirements. So therefore, that gives you a brief glimpse of those particular focuses. And as you can see, when we look at our focus groups, there are going to be varying opportunity gaps that persist. And we know that, and we want to equally call that out as it relates to Black students, Hispanic students in program MLL, and even our students with disabilities. But as we actually discuss that, this is what brings us to the core of our presentation, and that's actually where we can hear from voices from our schools. So today, we actually have joining us Excel Academy with the principal, Cynthia Navarro, and the assistant principal, Leonard Ward. And in addition to that, we have CEC Early College with our principal, Roland Shaw, and our assistant principal, Dr. Jamie Caldwell. To our actual voices from the school, just to give you a little direction, if there are additional people who joined your team, please feel free at the beginning after I ask the initial question to introduce your team accordingly. And thereafter, I will structure our question asking with the first question to be for Excel Academy. And then we will actually ask CEC to follow up with that same question. After that, I will actually ask CEC to start us up for the second question. And I will ask that verbally, and then actually ask Excel Academy to wrap us up. So to start us off, Excel Academy, what systems, structures, and supports are you using to support 12th grade students who are not yet on track to graduate in May as anticipated?
Hello, how are you all today? So I think as a school, we've worked really hard at putting some systems and structures in place for our kids to graduate. So for seniors, we have an extended aid program, which runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5:30 every day. That is with a teacher and with Edgenuity going at the same time, so that we can make sure students are supported. We also have Friday afternoons, which is our PD day, where our students can access the curriculum either through Schoology or through Edgenuity from 12 to 3. Then we have Saturday school, which is 8 to noon every Saturday. Our students also get to meet with our counselors right at the beginning of the year and then every quarter to make sure individually they know their path and their track and what they need to make sure that they're going to graduate, whether it's competencies, capstone, or just their credits.
And again, that's with that's mainly those extra times we put in are built for that 240 credits that we see that students need to do. In addition to that, we've built in advisement classes throughout the week. So students have opportunity to catch up or finish their ICAPs along with any competencies, which we'll speak about in the next question following CEC.
CEC, if you would please lean in on what type of systems, structures, and supports you are using to support 12th grade students who are not yet on track to graduate in May as anticipated.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us to speak today. I know I'm humbled to be speaking on behalf of the work being done at CEC Early College, and I'm joined by Dr. Jamie Caldwell. one of our amazing assistant principals. As we get into looking at On Track to Graduate, I think it's really important that we focus on that as a waypoint and not as the destination. CEC's done a really good job of preparing kids to graduate. And when we look at the data on what happens next, it's not as good. So really want to focus on track for career and college success as we move forward. So today we'll talk a little bit about the waypoint of graduation and what we're doing to get students to that waypoint. But I think it's really important that we look at it as that because the numbers show that for many of our students, that's a stopping point. Our system is really an individualized tracking and support system. We have a hard copy whiteboard with every student's name on it, and we track all of the different aspects necessary for graduation on that. And then it's following up individually with each student. So want to shout out Dr. Caldwell. She's been leading up the work in making sure every student has the early college certification necessary to ensure that students graduate from CBC. Right now, we only have 3 seniors with that outstanding, and that's really a testament to just consistent follow-up one-on-one. For competency options, we currently have 16 total students that haven't met competency in our senior class, and 11 with math and 11 with English. So it's really a mix of looking at what are the interventions within Math 4 and English 4, and then having specific semesters, similar to what Cynthia and Leonard were talking about, is having those intervention classes and systems built in. So semester 1, that looks like intervention capstone classes, and semester 2, it's transition capstone classes for students as a last resort to make sure that every student has multiple pathways to demonstrate competency. And Dr. Caldwell will talk a little bit more about that in the next question.
Okay, thank you very much. So Dr. Caldwell, since we already know that you are going to start us off, can you share how you've actually planned for and ensured that students have access to multiple competency demonstration options this year?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I apologize, I'm just getting my voice back, so I'm sorry for being scratchy on the voice. We actually start with a baseline of AccuPlacer. We like to AccuPlace our students multiple times. So that starts at the beginning or the second semester of their freshman year. Not only is that a tool to help to determine if they've met competency, but in addition, we also have a large number of college opportunities for our students throughout their high school time, and that sets the baseline for whether or not they can or cannot or are eligible to get into certain college coursework. After AccuPlacer as that baseline, we then have a variety of options that we provide for students, including SAT, CE courses that we offer in English and math to allow for that piece to be accomplished through competency. The capstone tasks in in math 2 through 4 and English 2 through 4. And then CTE pathway completion with certification or certificate. This has been a large part of the work that I'm doing as a CTE director in ensuring that every one of our CTE pathways has a accumulating task at the end in an industry certification or a college certification. And if they complete that pathway, that actually demonstrates competency for their CTE or their career. And then lastly, as an insurance policy, we have implemented transition readiness capstone for seniors, and we turned that into an entire lab class for this semester to allow students to be led by a dedicated teacher for that can take them through the transition readiness capstone to show that they are demonstrating language arts and math competency.
Thank you so much for that. And as we lean back to Excel Academy, can you all in addition share how you have planned for and ensured students have access to multiple competency demonstration options this year?
So I think Mr. Ward and his team have done a really strong job of building that, so I'm gonna let him really speak to this one.
So, so we, it's gonna be echoed a lot, from CEC. Thank you guys for, the insight from your school. We do the AccuPlacer 2 times a year. We also, in addition to, that, we do work keys, which, we do that 3 times, but we do that in groups. We don't do it as a whole school. We do it in groups based on, student need. And then also we've added, some concurrent enrollment classes, which has been huge here at Excel for our students and community. And I think the last thing, I like how Dr. Caldwell said, it's kind of an insurance policy. We have the transition readiness capstone, which is kind of a net that we cast over all of our seniors. And now we do that in our financial algebra class, just because every senior has to take that. And our teachers done a really good job of building that into that curriculum. And again, like you guys showed prior to us speaking, just the menu that you guys have provided us as a district has been amazing, because us as a pathway school, we were really worried and concerned about, we looked at it initially as a whole new thing to do, and now that we've had systems put into place, it just, we're actually at a higher percent, like the district show. We're at 86% of our students who have already showed, compared to 72% who are credit ready. So, right now we're focusing on credits, as opposed to 3 years ago, we were thinking, in the future, we're gonna really be focusing on getting them competency based, and the menu has been great. So thank you guys for that, and keeping pathway schools, at least that's what we can talk about in the back of your mind when you guys are putting that menu together. So thank you.
Okay, so due to the fact that we have some additional time with both you, Excel, and CEC Early College, we would love for you to start, if you don't mind, from the Excel Academy, sharing with us just any other opportunities that you've been able to actually provide for students in any area to assure that they actually obtain graduation in a timely manner in the desired plan for 4 year, or if there are additional strategies that you're using in your building that you'd like to share with us.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of touched the base. One of the things that we're really proud of we started this year was an advisement class on our, every Friday. And during this time, I don't think either of us talked about ICAP, which is a huge part of this graduation process as well. And this opportunity for advisement, we split it up in a way that we can go into each class as needed on Fridays and pull students for ICAP. We can do whole group work keys if we needed to do so like that. So that's something that we've been proud of. And when you're starting something brand new as a system, it's kind of we've all done this. We're a little worried about how it's going to go, but it's actually went really well, and I think that it's suited us, and it's here to stay for the future.
And I think the one thing I can say is, even when you observe our classrooms, you hear the kids speaking to Capstone, to competencies, and really monitoring it themselves, and they know that they need to complete their ICAP. That's part of their checkout. So it's a whole shift in how students are looking at it.
Okay, all right. And what we like to do is we definitely like to lend that same question to our CEC Early College. Could you actually share with us any additional strategies that you're utilizing in a manner that would actually lend to students graduating in their attained time to graduate?
Yeah, I think we can talk to a few different things. One is just social emotional support and the importance of the whole child. I think that has been a focus for the last 2 years and absolutely will remain a focus as we move forward, and is essential for students getting the support they need to be in a place to complete the competency demonstrations and earn credit. A second area that we didn't speak to is just credit. So we didn't talk a lot about that earlier, but one of the ways we're making sure that students are earning the credit necessary is a really robust summer school run here at CEC. This will be the 3rd year we've done that. But what it's allowed us to do is put our freshmen last year to go from 80% on track to 95% on track just over the summer. And that sets them up for success going into their sophomore year. So really looking at, we didn't find a lot of success in the recovery run externally. So bringing that in-house really made a big difference for us in being able to create a really small student to teacher ratio and then have the teachers that the students would actually have working with their own students on recovery. We saw that to be very effective in the summer in creating numbers, and then currently supporting our seniors in credit recovery and some of our underclassmen as well as our student support coordinator. And I think we all know that this business is about people, and Bailey Nelson is one of the best people to be working on that work. And she just does incredible work with our students and really works through relationships to ensure that no matter what each individual student is tackling, that they're doing that with a coach side by side.
Thank you so very much. And I'm going to hand it back to Tamara this time.
Yes, President Gaetan and Dr. Morrow, if we want to pause here, if there are questions from board members, we could take a few before we move into the next section.
Let's see, the next section is pretty lengthy. So why don't we take just a few minutes here
Okay,
before we forget on questions. I know I have one.
that sounds great.
We just go around.
Yeah, why don't we go around? We'll start with Michelle.
Okay, so my question is around students with different abilities. I choose not to say disability, but just different abilities. And I'm just curious of what the demographic breakdown is on that group, given the increasing number of young Black males being identified with one or more different ability. And just to give you context, my concern is that we're moving them out of the Black demographic into the different ability demographic, and kind of they're getting lost. It's not accurately reflected.
Director Clutterbaum, just may I ask a clarifying question? Are you specifically talking about the identification, like our students with disabilities identification? Okay. And so you want more information, or you're questioning and wondering what is the, specifically our Black population, what is the connection to also our students with disabilities and the students that are Black that are also students with disabilities? And then how are we programming for them? That's a really good question, and we can definitely answer that. I forgot to, I apologize, introduce the other two people that are up here with us today, which is our Associate Chief of Academics, Dr. Bernard McEwen, and also our Executive Director of MLE, Multilingual Education, Nadia Madan. But I would open that up if any of the school leaders want to talk about specifically our Black students who are identified as student with disability with an IEP. What are these special things that you're putting in place to help be supportive? And do you see it being a larger percentage of your students with disability population that are identified as Black?
So I think one thing you can look at as a pathway school, all of our students are at risk. So we are 95% or above at risk on students. So we really have to look at what teachers we've done through the hiring process, and then how we're going to specifically schedule every student to meet their needs. So a lot of our teachers are dually qualified, so they are qualified in math as well as special education, so that we can make sure they have access to the content curriculum as well as getting those services at the same time. So I think that's one thing that's very specific. And then Mr. Ward can kind of talk about what we've done with our Black Excellence Plan.
Yeah, and I think the last couple of years, our Black population of students is very small. But I think being able to highlight those students and be able to have a focus more, which I think, and I'm speaking for both of us who started Excel Academy together 10 years ago, it's been a great eye-opening, being able to communicate with these students and be able to, like CEC said, just be able to assist with social emotional learning and be able to find everyone as a whole child and move forward. And our teaching staff has been great. So it's just something that sometimes you have to open your eyes. And I think the district, with us focusing on the Black Excellence Plan, has done in a school that's predominantly Hispanic, Latino, Latinx, sorry.
Thank you.
And I would also like to add that when you see the data as it's extrapolated here, that we're actually in both buckets. So if I use myself as an example, if I'm Black and I have an IEP, you see me represented in both areas.
That's probably more what I was looking for.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, you're welcome.
Anyone else have a question?
Just a quick one. Nadia, I think it's for you probably. I wanna make sure I'm interpreting the data on our MLE students exiting and redesignation and the increase of success there, at least in terms of a single measurement of graduation rates. It appears from looking at that when we're successful in having students redesignated, they're more successful at graduating. Is that a?
That's correct. So if we think about MLLs, like they are a bigger umbrella, once you speak another language, you always have another language, right? So we should always be thinking about our kids as MLLs, right? Multilingual learners. We have lots of kids that have started in kindergarten or ECE in our system, right? And so as they have progressed through the school system, they are now redesignated or exited, which means they no longer need services. And we can see with those students that they are being very, very successful. The in-program MLLs are those that are either more recently arrived, or they might be our long-term MLLs, and we need to be paying a lot of attention there. So they are the group that we need to be really focused on as our in-program MLLs, because they really did suffer through the pandemic. The learning language is a social exercise, right? And it was very, very hard to replicate the types of supports that our MLLs need in a virtual environment. Lots and lots of our kids need to be able to look over and be like, oh, I'm supposed to start here, right? And you can't do that necessarily in a remote setting. And so we do need to be paying very close attention to like in-program MLLs, and also knowing the kids that have been with us for a long time and have gone through the program, we're very successful with.
That's it.
Any other questions?
I just have a quick question for CEC, because you said you have a robust summer school program. How do you get students there to come? Because I know from being a classroom teacher, it's often the students who didn't need summer school but came. And I know Dr. Marrero and his team have worked really hard. And I'm just wondering if you have a couple quick lessons or tips that you can give to the rest of us on how you're getting students to summer school.
Multiple ways, including picking them up. But definitely just continuing to have those conversations. We have in our summer school programming, one of our members is our community liaison, family liaison, and his job is to start calling as soon as we start anybody that's not there. And then if transportation is the issue, going and getting them and bringing them to CEC. I think that's been part of it. I think another part of it is sharing with students what it feels like to be on track to graduate and how they can set themselves up for that and be in a place where they are more prepared and feel good. I think a lot of our students also find success in summer school where they didn't find success previously, especially when we're talking about remote learning versus in-person summer school support or hybrid summer school support. So I think just that memory of success, right, creates more success. And I think it's almost a problem where right now I have some students that are like, oh, I just want to wait till summer school when I can get, 1-on-5 support. And I don't want that. So that's part of the problem we're currently solving for with some of our students who have experienced success in summer school previously.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you. So not to compare students of color to whiteness, but what are the graduation rates for white students? And the reason why this is important to me is because we have a district of 2/3 of Black students. But 1/3 of the population could be outperforming those BIPOC students, and I have concerns about that. And then additionally, which of the students are using these competencies? The only ones that will get us into four-year colleges are the SAT or the ACT. And so what are the breakdown of white students, Latino students, Black students using the SAT competency base?
So what I'd like to first land say is that that's information that I don't have ready at my fingertips, but I am willing to acquire for you based on the question. I would not want to give you any round figures that are actually not accurate. I do think those are very important questions to actually ask, and I do see the direction in which you're leaning as to ensure that what we're offering our students are actually providing high rigorous quality coursework, and that we're also giving you accurate numbers for what's happening there. With that in mind, I will do a follow-up and actually provide that information for you and the board to ensure that we are in that particular space. I think if we actually lean in any capacity, just as far as the actual four-year graduation rate, when we're looking at a specific group, and you asked specifically for white students, you're actually looking at about 85.6%. Okay, to answer that particular question, but when you actually answer the other specifics about the specific competencies that students are taking, I need to dig deeper into that information.
Yeah. And so, and I would add, when it comes to something like SAT, one of the things that we do as a school district is that we opted for in-school administration so that the SAT is available to all students in their junior year.
Yeah, we put that in place to ensure that access and opportunity, also so we can use the data to help support students. And then your call out is a good one. We've got to make sure that we're that truly the measures that we're using for competency is ensuring that students have access and opportunity after they graduate. And so also another really important part of that is are the capstones that we have as a district that are aligned to rigorous coursework. And in a minute, when we actually look at the next set of data for college enrollment rates and post-secondary data, we'll get into a little bit of what the data is telling us for students that are showing success in competency and showing success in enrollment.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all for helping, and I'm looking forward to the data, and I'm excited that we're talking about student achievement finally, so I'm super excited for this presentation.
It's truly
Go ahead.
I have a quick policy governance question. So this data that's been presented, I don't have the reasonable interpretation presentation from our retreat. Are these types of, is this data gonna continue on into our monitoring report meetings? And I'm just curious, especially these unique questions like from Director Anderson and Director Pottlebaum, how do we land, how does that information kind of work its way into possibly our future end statements and monitoring reports?
It's a great question. So fully anticipate that the data that's being presented now is going to be addressing the reasonable interpretations that we shared the other day, the draft forms of those. However, the board, starting next year, will have an opportunity to talk about ways to tweak those end statements in some particular way. And we anticipate that those will be tweaks rather than huge changes in the ends and executive limitations in support of Dr. Marrero, so that the target is not moving a whole lot.
So with the draft that we reviewed last board meeting, you'll see that it's very much directly even connected, correlated to specific what we call transition priority end statement. Functioning after we get through the executive interpretation passes the board, pass back, and approval. What we can expect, I think this is where you're getting to your question, what we just saw, which would be a progress monitoring report tied to that specific ends, which would be part of our focus on achievement / progress monitoring towards the ends. Perfect.
Can I just build on that? Like, I think that just a general ask that I'm hearing that we've said over and over again is disaggregated data and understanding where that lands and where do our students have access to IB and AP classes, and what do those schools look like in gender and race. And I know we talked in our 2-on-2 about the intersectionality, like what if you're an Afro-Latino who also has special needs? Like how are we looking at that? So it's not just that 80% of our students are graduating or 80% are here, but who are those students? Where are they? And just aggregating the data so we can drill down and best understand how we're meeting our goals. And ditto summer school, like who are the people who are showing up for summer school? How are we getting them there? I'm happy to hear you're driving to pick them up, but if we have these interventions and we're doing these things, who's benefiting and how are we looking at that in a disaggregated way?
Well, and I think part of the other policy governance piece is that as we move forward and we are actually explicitly scheduling and requesting monitoring reports, those will then be appropriately each time tied to specific end statements. We're not there yet, but that's where like this data is essential to monitoring those ends in terms of the overall success of our students. How we phrase that, how we frame that, where that works in our policy governance model is something that we as a board have a responsibility to create.
So I was just thinking that we have to come up with a language that's clear in how we want the information presented to us. And so as a board,
Disaggregated.
disaggregated,
Just gonna keep
that's,
saying that.
thank you. I'm just sitting here saying thank you for that.
And then one final question, if there isn't any. I just want a quick, from each school, a quick example of, and you kind of touched on it, but an example of what social emotional supports looks like. You know, an example, say, you know, how many students you talk to a day, what does that look like? What does the engagement look like between an adult and a student? If you can give me specific examples from each school.
Who would like to start?
We can go ahead. Just kind of listening on your guys' conversation as we're sitting here kind of chatting as well and listening to like achievement and things like this. A day-to-day basis here at Excel Academy is greeting a kid right at the door, getting them breakfast that they know they have, 4 or 5 adults out there saying good morning. And the achievement part, I mean, I love the question. I think that was from Mr. Anderson, I think was, that's where we're trying to get there at our school. We're slowly trying to do this now, but this emotional support starts at the door, and we have our model here. I know Dr. Guerrero was here recently with some other folks, is we have adults all day long in the building, kind of just monitoring students, and if a problem in the classroom happens, we can immediately pull them, have a conversation, get them back in class so they don't lose any instructional time. But it goes all day long around here, and you know, it's just for kids being safe, and especially when we leave them on Friday evenings and pick them up Monday morning, we just want to see that smile on the face because we have lost so many students in the past few years. And that's where it starts and it ends, and it starts at 7:30 and ends at 3:30 every day.
And I think you just have to remember, number one, building relationships is what gets kids to school. And when they're having problems, if they have that relationship with one person in the building, they will go seek out that person. And so we've really built our model about being a family and making sure there is an adult every few feet for any kid that needs anything.
All right.
I would echo everything that's been said by Excel. I think that we see a lot of the similar stuff at CEC. I would add that a couple of different things we're doing is advisement and really intentional lessons on wellness and mindfulness within that advisement curriculum, which is handed to our teachers, but really created specifically for CEC and for the moment by Polly Beck, one of our assistant principals. And it's really top notch. I would say another thing that we're doing would be just people. Cynthia talked a little bit about relationships, but adding a social worker and really using our stimulus dollars to fund a full-time social worker has been a difference maker. So having a full-time psychologist, a full-time social worker, a full-time nurse, having these supports really make a huge difference, not just for our students, but for our teachers, because they know that they don't have to do everything.
Okay. Well, what we'd like to do is first and foremost say thank you to the Excel and CEC Early College leadership team. We definitely appreciate you joining us as voices from our schools this evening, and we appreciate all of the hard work that you're committing to graduation and matriculation here in Denver Public Schools.
And with that, we'll go on to the next section.
All right. So we're now going to turn our attention from graduation to matriculation. So really focusing on students enrolling into college directly out of high school. We'll spend this portion of time, again, quickly looking at where our class of 2021 students landed, but the majority of our time digging into our strategies around supporting our current seniors and having the option for college after graduation if they so choose. So where you'll see if they have persisted, our class of 2021 graduates are currently in their second semester of college. What you're going to see on this slide is that we have 46% of 74% of our graduates enroll in college after leaving DPS. This percentage, however, it declined from 2020. It does follow the national trend, even though DPS did see a less of a decrease in the national trend.
Yeah, that's important to pull out. Decline nationally of 9%, and our district is at 3% currently. And if you look at this next slide, this gives you a little bit more information showing that overall college enrollment rates for our DPS graduates decreased by 1 percentage point between that 2020 and 2021. With a larger decrease for our Hispanic students, that was a 2% decrease, and the enrollment rate decreased for our Black students at a decrease of 1%. So it was a little bit smaller there. Moving into the next slide, that connected to what we see, what we've learned about our students who have had the opportunity to engage in post-secondary readiness courses. It's connected to what Director Anderson was pulling out earlier. What we see is that when our students have the opportunity to engage in at least one post-secondary readiness course, such as concurrent enrollment, advanced placement, international baccalaureate, they are more likely to enroll in college. In fact, the data shows that our Black students were nearly 2 times more likely to enroll in college than their peers, and our Latino students were 3 times more likely to enroll in college after having been given that opportunity to experience post-secondary readiness courses in high school. So it's really important that that's connected to our strategy of overall rigorous coursework opportunity in DPS.
And so when we lay the groundwork for success, we have a lot of intentional advocacy and responsive professional learning as it relates to advanced placement, AP, and international baccalaureate IB programs. You're going to find out that across DPS high schools, we actually offer 32 of 38 AP courses, including 2 AP diploma programs, with that largest diploma program having a focus on the African diaspora at East High School. And then we're also going to focus on that across DPS high schools, that we offer 3 IB diploma programs and a 912 IB for all model. If we move forward and look at laying that same groundwork for success for concurrent dual enrollment and career and technical education, what you're going to find is that there's increased access to college coursework through the elimination of development education courses and the removal of prerequisites. So we've actually removed all barriers for all of our students to be able to enroll in our concurrent and dual enrollment courses. We've actually increased the number of culturally relevant courses as it relates to concurrent and dual enrollment. And when we look at CTE, we're moving in a direction that we strategically want to align more courses that actually connect with concurrent enrollment. While we're in that direction, we have not yet arrived. But what we do know is that we're strategically focusing that on high-wage career and college pathways that will lead those students there. When we look at our DPS college partners, you're also going to look at that they range anyone from MSU Denver to Western Colorado, including CU Denver, Wharton School of Business at Harvard, Stanford University, and we're definitely finalizing our MOUs with HBCUs and HSIs for additional course offerings. So when we look at the overall percentage of students who've taken a post-secondary readiness course, what we're looking at is 77%. With an intentional focus here, we understand that these students are more likely to enroll in college in the fall. However, if they actually choose another path, they've at least had the experience with more rigorous courses, and they've had the option of actually taking rigorous coursework that provides a path that makes the most sense for them. So where we're going to lead now is to hear more from our voices from our schools. We have joining us from DC 21, Ethan Emery, who's the assistant principal, DC ISD, Evelyn Cruz, the principal, and I understand you also have 2 students joining you, which we're looking forward to hearing from. And from Denver South, we have the principal, Bobby Thomas. I will actually ask these questions in the same manner in which I asked the last voices from our schools. And we will start with number 1 for DC 21. How do you support students having access and opportunity for rigorous courses aligned to their interests and personal pathways?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Ethan Emery at DC 21. And I think it's a great question. You know, for us at DC 21, this starts with our enrollment process. So we're able to sit down and talk with students and families to define what success looks like for them after high school. And we call that kind of their PSR pathway. And so every student that comes to our high school is asked to identify what that is as they enroll. Now, that can change, and if anyone in the room like myself change their focus in college, then that's a normal thing, right? And so we communicate that to our scholars and to our families and let them know that that's okay, that can change. But it's not okay not to identify something of interest to you to pursue. And so we really take that and then help them see which ways we can support them in achieving. So whether that's to our CTE business pathways or a CTE tech pathway and soon to be hopefully educational pathway, whether we're talking about our on-site concurrent enrollment courses or our off-site concurrent enrollment courses, or the work we do with our partners also in the room, Emily Griffith, CEC and CCD. And so having those opportunities at hand helps our students and families see that those are the options that they can pursue to achieve that PSR goal. Then that really becomes a conversation between that scholar and our counseling and what we call our futures team to make sure that their background and interests are considered as their coursework is created. And so that if they're pursuing a CTE business pathway, that they have the right courses on their schedule in the proper sequence to achieve that credential. I would say in addition to that, you know, our unique quarter system allows us to not only accelerate crediting and learning, but also help students recover and then advance ahead of time, which allows us to prepare more students for post-secondary readiness and those advanced courses. And, you know, in the classes themselves, we have all of our coursework that's aligned to the DPS competencies and those capstones, and that's the end target for our courses. So the DDI that we do, the way that we support instruction and the way that we kind of aim our courses is to make sure that we are hitting those DPS competencies in the classroom, specifically the math and English through our coursework. So lots of other kind of details beyond it, but I would say those are probably the biggest regarding that particular question.
Thank you so much, Assistant Principal Emery. Moving to DSISD, Principal Cruz, I know you have yourself alongside 2 students. Would you also share with us how do you support students having access and opportunity for rigorous courses aligned to their interests and personal pathways.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. Thank you to Dr. Marrero, to the Superintendent Cabinet, and Denver Public Schools Board members for this tremendous opportunity to showcase our students and our school. I'm excited to present to you our team, which consists of Mrs. Kristen Landis, who is our amazing assistant principal and also our Career and Technical Education Pathway Director. And I brought two outstanding students that are our innovator leaders. Their names are Ivan and Abraham. We as a team will answer that question. I will have Abraham first talk about his experience and how he'll describe the complex programs that we provide that answers this question. Go ahead, Abraham.
Good afternoon, first of all. As Dr. Cruz said, we have a very complex pathway system at our school, DSISD. It provides each student with a learning experience that is tailored to their needs and to their future. During every student's first 2 years at DSISD, our teachers use project-based learning and competency-based education programs to provide students with learning that is tailored to help us accelerate at our own individual levels. Whether you need to go faster than the class goes or slower, it doesn't matter. Our teachers accommodate for that. This includes access to honors, advanced placement, concurrent enrollment courses, in addition to engagement with real work-based learning through the various career and college success programs, specifically career exploration, career chat, and coach mentorship. As you move into 11th and 12th grade, you go deeper into what you are planning to do in your future. Opportunities provided by CEC Career Education Center offers 19 industry-based pathways for students to choose from, and I'm actually part of CEC as well. And I can say from experience that it is an incredibly useful and fulfilling experience. It allows students like me to go into exactly what they want to go into, whether that be medical sciences or criminal justice. It is an incredibly useful opportunity given to us by DSISD.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Principal Cruz, will an additional student be adding there, or are you ready for me to move to Denver South?
We also have our student Ivan, who will talk about his experiences with the pathways with internships and apprenticeship programs. Ivan?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Ivan. And at DSISD, we learned about like internship and apprenticeship programs through like one-on-one sessions with our school counselors. And we also learned about like career options with our career and college success navigator, Miss Emily. One of these programs are like the Coach Mentorship program, which I'm part of. And it is basically a program that matches students with mentors, whether they be like professionals in their fields or like just college students. So like my mentor, for example, he's a computer science professor at DU, and his role as a mentor is to like advise me on, you know, like college options and like kind of like answer any questions I may have with like colleges and internships and, you know, like even just like personal life things. So we actually went on a college tour to Red Rocks Community College. It was last Tuesday, I think, and it was really fun. So this is like just one example of how DSISD helps the students with like one-on-one support from the counselors for like internships and apprenticeships to really like push the students like to the best of their abilities and provide additional support and like resources to the students.
Thank you so much, Ivan, for sharing your student experience. Principal Cruz, will your assistant principal be adding to that particular question?
Yes, our internships and apprenticeship programs provide successful personalization at DSISD. Currently, we have 8% of our DSISD students actively in internships and apprenticeships, with 15% of them represented by 11th and 12th graders. And even though we're a small school, we lead the district in the highest rate of students doing apprenticeships. And now Kristen is going to talk a little bit as well in terms of our answer to question number 3. Kristen?
Good afternoon to DPS. To get into the data of this, we are committed to offer equitable access to internships and apprenticeship opportunities through intentional recruitment and outreach of our students of color. Currently, 100% of our student interns are students of color, and 77% of our apprenticeship students are students of color as well. And we have students who are doing internships and apprenticeships at places like Mile High United Way, Pinnacle Insurance, Dress for Success, and the Ed Connect program through DPS.
Thank you.
Thanks, and that concludes our answer to question number 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal Cruz. We appreciate you in all the ways, okay? So what I would say next is we actually want to be able to ask that same particular question to South with Principal Thomas. So Principal Thomas, if you could share with me how you support students having access and opportunity for rigorous courses aligned to their interests and personal pathways.
Good evening. It's quite an honor to be here presenting the work that we do here at Denver South. I just want to take a moment to say personally, I'm blessed to be a school leader here at Denver South, where I'm also a first-generation college graduate in my family, and I identify as Blaxican myself. And so a lot of the work in which we're talking about data and students from this demographic is me. That's who I am, that's who I was, that's who I'll continue to be. So it's very personal as far as, when we're talking about the data. So just also a shout out to the Pathway crew that presented. I haven't seen them in a while, so it was good to see them presenting. I would just like to say, this is my 4th year at Denver South, and we're the 2nd largest school, large comprehensive high school, but a lot of our systems, and I'm going back, I think it was question 1, and I wanted to jump in and try to answer some of those other questions, but I'm following the structure and the format here.
Thank you for that.
I would just like to say the systems and the supports that we do here at Denver South was actually started when I was a pathway leader. And so in a smaller setting, that those one-on-one interactions that you've heard my fellow leaders speak of, that's what we're also trying to do here at Denver South. So in particular, the 4 years I've been here, we've been piloting access to rigorous courses. And so next year, what we're going to do, instead of each of the departments doing this, we're actually going to have this for all of our core classes, our English, our math, our social studies, and our science, what we're calling embedded honors. And so one of the things that I've noticed here when we do our learning walks, when you're walking in, you could just peek in a room and tell what kind of course it is, if it's an AP, if it's a CE, if it's not. And so what we're doing, we always say that we're open access here. We have an unbelievable mission statement and what we say, but now we're going to actually do it and align our systems to that. And so with that being said, students are going to be able to all have the access, regardless of what they look like, where they're from, their comfort level, to earn honors credit moving forward in the cores next year through a body of evidence, a lot of project-based learning for the entire semester, but also based on the district final, the percentage to show competency along with a C or higher that's aligned to concurrent enrollment. So that's what we're doing next year. It's different than coding everything all as honors. We're saying that it's not coded at that point in time. It's based on students and working with their teachers. So that's one of the things we're doing. Also, through the course of studies, all of our counselors meet with students individually to talk about their plans, what they want to do, what they're interested, other recommendations. And that's how we're able, even though we have over 1,700 students, to truly have an individual experience for each student here. Also, Vicki Bernick, who's the assistant principal for post-secondary learning, is here with me tonight. That will be able to talk a little bit more specifically about the wonderful teams that she leads and her great work as a leader here. So I'm gonna turn it over to Vicky.
You're muted, Vicky.
I'm muted. I was waiting to talk on the second one. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here with the board. So I think that Bobby, for this question, did a really good job of talking about how excited we are about this new embedded honors approach, so that we can have a more open access to our most rigorous courses. I'll talk even more about this, I think, when we get into the second part of the question, but we are really excited about expanding even more on some of our concurrent enrollment offerings for students. We have such a high pass rate compared to other options for students, and that gives them some really amazing and authentic opportunities on how to engage in college coursework with the support of a small group in their high school with that high school teacher. And then it also achieves competency for them. That's another pathway for them for competency. So we're really excited about expanding that access and making that even more open access for all of our students in response to this commitment that we have to equity around embedded honors and access to our most rigorous courses for our students. Something else that we just finished up through our choice of studies is really prioritizing that one-on-one counselor conversation per student. It's a lot of coordination that we make sure that the students have that time to really talk about their goals and their pathway and their interests with the counselor and get that important student-counselor relationship to help guide them in making those choices and giving them the confidence to choose more rigorous courses than they maybe might have or try out a college class through that conversation.
So thank you, Assistant Principal Vimich. And I just want you to go ahead and lean in for our final question of the evening, which is to please highlight successes and challenges your school has faced in service of improved opportunities for rigorous PSR courses, graduation requirements, and college matriculation for your students.
Sure, this is very well timed because today I have the pleasure of meeting with two of my counselors who lead this work with me and our partners from the Office of College and Career Readiness team to really talk about some of the expansions that we're excited to have for our concurrent enrollment offerings next year at South. We've expanded every year, and now I'm excited to say that right before this meeting, I counted up on our planning sheet that we are at 48 different sections for course offerings next year at South in every content area, every core content area, and then a couple of electives. And this to me is a huge success. I want to also acknowledge the challenge that comes with this and why we are so reliant on that partnership and the knowledge of our partners with the Office of College and Career Readiness and their really specific knowledge when it comes to higher education initiatives, because we take on the challenge of finding through their help different college partners depending on what's the best needs for our students. So certain college partners do have a prerequisite for a certain course and others don't, or some of our college partners require that we have an adjunct qualified teacher in the room, but now we've expanded into, for example, Western State, where we have a little bit more flexibility around that. And that's been a very exciting path to explore with the partners and their knowledge on that. And I think that's going to be a big part of our success next year. We've looked at the pass rates for our students in concurrent enrollment, and they are impressive, and that is a way for our students to get that support in a rigorous course throughout the year, rather than it just necessarily being focused on one test, which might not be best for every student. In terms of other success, I think, around that multi-part question, I've really appreciated seeing the shared ownership that we have at South around tracking our students' competency for graduation and thinking about how the counselors work on that in looking at the students' schedule and what courses they've passed that can count for that competency, and then their SATs. But also, the math and English teachers have taken a lot of ownership, obviously, in those rigorous capstone tasks, but then also with AccuPlacer, which is another option for our students. And I enjoy seeing the teachers take ownership of that and give the kids a few at-bats with that. And then we are really getting specific with our students on who we are going to work with on transition readiness capstone. But that list has gotten pretty narrow by 12th grade because we have so many other options that everybody is working on with this amazing tracking document that one of our counselors curates that we rely on quite a bit. I think another challenge that it's worth bringing up is in that competency for graduation requirements, or the graduation requirement of ICAP, is the counselors really look forward to those conversations with their students around ICAP and post-secondary planning. And when the students come in with an incomplete ICAP from middle school, that's very challenging for high school counselors because they're trying to take some of that precious time with their students to look back at an ICAP from middle school that they didn't really have a part of. And the students don't find those conversations as engaging, and yet they will show up in our tracking and our data as off track if they don't have a complete ICAP from middle school. So I think that that would be really helpful to overcome that challenge if we had a little bit more accountability at the middle school level for kids coming into high school to have that complete in the same way we're tracking that in high school. I'm gonna stop there and take some time for my principal to weigh in on that. So I could talk all day about college readiness, but I'm gonna stop there for the sake of time until there's follow-up questions.
Okay, so Principal Thomas, if you don't mind, I know you're gonna add in, but I need to get a response from Principal Cruz as well as Assistant Principal Emery. So can you give me kind of the brief version on this one?
No, I was gonna say it's their turn, actually. So I think Ms. Readiness set it up.
Okay.
And I wanna share the floor, so I
All
would
right.
love to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Principal Thomas. Principal Cruz, could you actually please highlight your successes and challenges in your school that you faced in service of improved opportunities for rigorous PSR courses, graduation requirements, and college matriculation for your students?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I want to echo the last presenter in terms of the great work that our counselors are doing with one-on-one sessions with our students. We also have a great advisory and mentoring program that adds to that at one-to-one sessions. And in our school as well, our counselor is challenged by students coming in from the middle schools with those missing ICAP pieces. So I want to say that moving towards success, I want to say that I'm sorry, I just lost. Dr. Olson's question really excited me because I have data. She wanted disaggregated data, and in terms of access to rigorous post-secondary readiness courses, our school demographics, we have 17% of our students are Black students, and when we looked at what representation of Black students are accessing rigorous coursework, we have 18% of our Black students accessing these rigorous coursework, making them post-secondary ready. Hispanics, 33%, that's our demographic. The representation of our Hispanics that access PSR rigorous coursework is 24.7. And multiple races and white students very similarly. I don't want to, bore you to death with data, but it is a very important piece, as Dr. Olson said, and we are very intentional about making sure that there's equitable access, and we're, always in a growing mode in that area. With reference to graduation rate success, earlier in the program, you talked about OTG, and we looked at OTG for our seniors. 69.7% of them have OTG overall readiness in comparison to DPS, which is a little lower than that, and I'm not going to get into, like I said, the weeds of data. So that's another area of success when we look at our work in making sure that our senior students, and even from ninth grade through seniors high, we're looking to make sure that OTG, ICAP, Readiness, competency credits, and we also, because we're in early college, we also have an extra requirement for making sure that our students are meeting their early college requirements as well. And we're doing pretty well in that area, 65%, always looking to get better. In addition to college matriculation, that's where it gets a little complicated because our students are accessing not only college college endeavors, to get into different universities and colleges, but they're also looking at careers. And we were very happy to see that in the area of matriculation, the national dropout rate between first and second year college is about 30%, and DSISD's dropout rate for the first and second year college students is lower than that at 21%. And I said it was complex because we're a pretty new school. We've only been around since 2015. Last but not least, our graduation rate gets even more complicated. If you hear us say that we have an 80% graduation rate, I think that's a challenge, but we also have so many students accessing careers. So for example, we'll have a student that got accepted or was doing a Pinnacle apprenticeship, and at the end of her senior year, she had an opportunity to go to different colleges, and she was accepted to all of them. But Pinnacle offered her a tremendous opportunity to work with them full-time with this very lucrative salary, which included getting paid for graduation courses. And of course, our student decided to put off college for later and work at Pinnacle. And so technically she would be lowering our numbers in terms of accessing college opportunities, but for us, that's a win. And so, as I said, I'm glad that Dr. Olson asked for data because I was ready to blow your minds with that.
Thank you so much, Principal Cruz. And
I think I didn't have one more piece to add.
Pardon me? Oh, the assistant principal, okay?
Or not.
It's fine.
Okay.
She wanted to.
I think Ivan was gonna end.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Ivan, are you still there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, go ahead, Ivan.
So another success at our school is that our DSIC graduates have been admitted to like many four-year colleges and university, including CU Boulder, CSU and GU, and also like Colorado School of Mines. And also on a personal note, I just like enjoy being at DSIC because of the community we have there and also like the access to opportunities that DSIC provides the students with. And I look forward to like continuing my education after high school at a college or university that pushes me the way that DSIC does. And that's pretty much it, yeah.
Thank you again, Ivan, for sharing your experience. And Assistant Principal Emery, if you could close us out this evening, we sure would appreciate it.
Always a tough act to follow students, but I'll give it my best.
Yes, it is.
I had to break these things down into some buckets just for myself, so if you could bear with me. I will tackle the topic of improved opportunities for rigorous PSR coursework. Successes within that would include things like our on-campus courses. So being able to work with CCD and other partners to have adjunct professors, we've seen that be tremendously successful when the people teaching the courses are people our students know. That is a huge, huge success factor for us. Also, I think because of our innovation status, we're able to surround our students with additional supports like our futures team. They can provide not only the academic, but also kind of the organizational and the social emotional supports that our college bound students need to their concurrent enrollment coursework. Challenges around that have been, with those partnerships, as we're talking about two systems that don't often, or were not designed to work together. those systems being, perhaps in this case, CCD and DPS. And so the timeframes of onboarding those adjunct professors, the D2L platform, and how there's limited visibility and access into how our students are doing, those things present challenges to us, and it's difficult to intervene and provide supports for students when we don't have visibility into how they're doing. And we can certainly talk to them, and we do, but our intention through those programs is to remain as a bridge to their college success, and it's difficult when the planks of the bridge are incomplete. Regarding the next topic of graduation requirements, we've had a huge success implementing ICAP expectations as a school. I'm looking at Principal Portal currently sitting at about 86% ICAP completion. That's always been very, very high for us. And we're doing that through our seminar courses that we've created for this school year, freshman through senior seminar. Every single student has a seminar course where things like this are completed. So we run with the ICAP lessons. We have additional push-in support as needed. And we've really experienced a great deal of success with that. We've also experienced kind of a surprise success around AccuPlacer. And so we've had a lot of students that we test early, like my colleagues have mentioned, with the AccuPlacer, and periodically throughout the school year to make sure that we can capture those opportunities and then really talk to students and counsel them about how close they may be to achieving that AccuPlacer goal. In addition to that, we have implemented a transition capstone readiness plan, grades 9 through 12. And so though it does not become quote unquote active until their senior year, we have all students begin the work in seminar classes as early as their freshman years so that they're familiar with what the transition readiness capstone is if they need to take that route and pursue it. But we've basically built out a scope and sequence that includes the prompts, it includes the rubrics and exemplars for students to be able to interact with. And so when they pursue those other additional competency opportunities and have not found success, they are prepared to make that switch into the transition capstone and take it from an assignment in their seminar class to a true demonstration of competency. Challenges around some of that has been that some of the tools we have lag a little bit. So we've talked a little bit about some of those things with folks in the room. We know that some of the OTG tools and the data sources are not always up to speed, and that's challenging, right? When we can wait up to a month or more for AccuPlacer data to show up on the OTG dashboard, it's difficult to really keep our pulse on how we're doing as a school in this with system. We've also noticed that sometimes those systems lack precision, and again, they're maybe not exactly as integrated as the way they should be. I would say as well, it's difficult to have some of those tools be student and family friendly when they're designed for educators. And so that's one of the big things that we always try to change and to alter that narrative, because we want students to be driving this success. It's their story, not ours, right? And so I think that's part of what we try to do is to work with those tools that we have. And I've been able to show a few of those tools to some of you. They're a bit rudimentary, but they're helpful in that dialogue. And then lastly, successes around college matriculation. I think for us at DC 21, traditionally, that for us was students enrolling in CCD. On occasion, we would have a few students enroll at Metro. But this year in particular, because of the integrated coursework we've had with on-campus concurrent enrollment, really highlighting things like Free Colorado App Day, and really surrounding students with the knowledge and the supports that this is really truly for them as they want it. We've had a number of students pursue out-of-state opportunities, which we've never had. And then it's very, very commonplace now to have students talking about their acceptance to CSU, Metro, Regis, Red Rocks Community College, as well as, UNC, CCD, et cetera. And again, the ability to have our futures team support that has been huge. And not only, again, just re-engaging students as a pathway school, but being able to accelerate their learning and so that they can have those opportunities earlier in their high school career than they would have otherwise. Challenges around that, I would say, and my colleagues talked about that, Dr. Cruz mentioned in the same breath, right? We need to embrace the idea of career, especially when that career comes with a certificate. And so we are a school that upholds that. We have 2, and we're looking to add additional certificates around the CTE component. And we work with CEC. On this call, we work with Emily Griffith And we definitely want to see students be equipped with that as a definite opportunity for them in the future. And I think that again, that comes with, you know, the students that we serve oftentimes are dealing with a lot of trauma, a lot of lack of support from a traditional standpoint. And so, you know, a challenge that we would see is that sometimes college is maybe not the most logical step as the next step after high school. Perhaps it's not, we're not saying that it's not a step, but it may not be the next step after high school. And so surrounding that student and helping them to understand what's best for them, and knowing that this will always be an option. And I would say this, you ask any of our former graduates, they know we're always there for them. They come back often to walk the halls and talk to the futures team, to discuss things with Mr. Simmons, who couldn't be here tonight. He sends his apologies. But they know that these opportunities won't go away just because it's not the next step after high school.
Okay. Well, we definitely want to thank you, Assistant Principal Emery, and your representation of the leadership team at DC 21, as well as Principal Cruz and your student representatives from DSISD, and Principal Thomas, and Assistant Principal Vintage from South. Thank you for joining us this evening. And that wraps up our Voices from the Schools.
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, in talking about college enrollment, matriculation, our data related to graduation, was reminded we have a lot of acronyms associated with that. One of them you talked about, Assistant Principal Emery, the ICAP, the Individual Academic and Career Plan. And so we have a list, you know, presented on board docs. We've got the acronyms spelled out. We also have the connection to the website for those that, you know, we're still working to get really familiar with. But you can see the data is clear when we support well and we talk with leaders, that leads to good results and the relationships that are put together to make that happen. A lot of continued work. And so thank our leaders for the time. We thank the board for the time today. I think we need to stop there. We had some questions in the middle if that makes sense to you, President Gaitan.
We are really over time.
Yes.
Yeah, so we won't be taking any questions. But thank you very much, Tamara and your team. We really appreciate the time. I'd love to bring you all back. And I know I had several questions to go in regards to social emotional learning. So if there's any interest there from the rest of our board, our colleagues, we can come back and dive a little bit deeper on that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I want to say thank you for pointing out the acronyms of the slide deck. And what was it? It was mentioned OTG.
Yes.
For those that don't know.
That's not in the acronyms. You need to have that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too, because I noticed that too. Yes.
I was taking notes on the ones that were.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Thank you. I think it was like really.
Thank you very much.
This is a good time to give everyone a 5-minute break. So come right back. Thank you.
All right, we just got through the school presentations on graduation and post-secondary matriculation, a lot there. Coming up next on the agenda tonight will be the discussion on the proposed EL standard teachers' rights. So that should be interesting. They're taking a 5-minute break here, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll keep you tuned into the boardroom as they continue to discuss what's going on. If somebody jokes, maybe you'll get a hot mic and hear something. But anyways, a lot with that, about an hour and 30-minute presentation from Tamara Acevedo, her team, and then school leaders and students. So looking forward to the next agenda item. So take a couple breaks, go stretch, you know.
What's going on?
could have been worse. That's all I gotta say.
You got to score.
Well, we're back. Looks like they're still on break. Took a lot of notes. Took a lot of notes with the achievement session there with Tamara Acevedo and her team, and I appreciate the calls for more disaggregated data so we can understand who's who, where they're at, how we are serving them well, how we're not serving them well. Sometimes a lot of our issues are hidden in the data. Like, you got such a high performing band and you kind of hide the inequities of the struggles that are going on. And we've seen that before across the district. So yeah, interested to see the disaggregated data and to see how students are doing, based on some of those categories that were brought up by some of the board members. So a lot of notes taken there and excited about what
Board of Education work session. Thank you to our DPS viewing audience for patience. We really needed to take a break, stretch, grab a snack, and we're going to continue on with our work for tonight. So the next item on the agenda really is, this work session is going to be dedicated, the next couple hours at least, dedicated to this next item, and that is to discuss the standard teacher rights and protections executive limitation that was proposed and introduced back in our January board meeting. At our board retreat, we received some data, some survey data that we reviewed. We had feedback from our teachers, leaders. We had several board members visiting schools, hearing from our community. So we want to thank everyone in our community, our DPS employees, and other folks that participated and gave feedback during this whole process. So we've had a couple of months into this process, and it's I believe we do have a really solid foundation for tonight's conversation and moving that conversation forward so that we can take a look at the original, I'll keep calling it the original proposed that was sent to first reading. And so we'll take a look at what we're going to be sending into second reading. And that's the purpose of tonight's conversation, so that we can deliberate on that current language and determine which of these policies we're going to be moving forward, EL 12, EL 13, EL 8, etc. And that'll go to a vote after second reading this Thursday, March 24th at our board meeting. It'll then, after second reading, go into a vote that night. And so I want to make sure that we're all being heard, tonight. Everyone's going to have an opportunity to weigh in each section, in each EL. And this is our opportunity right now to start discussing that. If we make any revisions, I just want to clarify with our viewing audience as well. If we make any revisions tonight, we are going to still welcome feedback from our community at public comment this Thursday. So keep that in mind, that we will be hearing from community on Thursday, even after, we've had this tonight's conversation. And to be fair to our community, so I want to, assure that those revisions tonight are not so significant and so controversial that, that it wouldn't be fair to bring them forward for a vote on Thursday. If there are any significant and controversial amendments proposed tonight, we need to consider those amendments as a separate policy proposal that would then return for first read at the next board meeting. So keep that in mind as well. To guide our discussion tonight, we have two documents that we posted on board docs. So we have the original, and then we have a revised proposal, I would call it, that was introduced by Superintendent Marrero to all of us. And this is, I would describe it as a simplified version of those ELs for our consideration, so that it incorporates a lot of the feedback that we've all been hearing already. And before we go into specifics, there's a couple of pieces I do have to state on record. And for our DPS community and our viewing audience, there's 2 questions here that we need to address. And one of those is as follows. When will these executive limitations go into effect if they are passed? And the answer is, they go into effect when a new innovation plan comes before the board or the renewal of an innovation plan. When the board approves the new plan or the renewal, that is when these ELs would go into effect for each individual school. It isn't immediate. So hopefully that answers that question. We have another question that we're getting from folks, and that is around how can the board refuse to review an innovation plan? So to this question, we want to clarify for the record, these executive limitations will not prevent any school from submitting innovation plans to the board. The Board of Education will receive and review any innovation plan that is brought forward and is required by law, and as required by law, the board will either approve or disapprove the innovation plan within 60 days. If the board rejects a plan, it will give a written explanation for the rejection. What we are hoping to accomplish with these ELs is to give guidance to the superintendent and our schools on what we would need to see to support an approval. So hopefully that is something that we can help our viewing audience understand as we go forward into this conversation. We're going to take a deep dive into EL 12, EL 13, EL 8. And I just want to confirm, Director Lorvik, are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm right behind you on the screen.
Okay, fantastic. So I will jump right into EL 8 because this is one that, you know, there's been a lot of weight into this one, especially the responses that we've received from community. It's going to be a big part of the conversation. So why don't we just dive into EL 8? Let me just read it really quick. It's a short one. And it reads, in the original, the superintendent will create a standard district calendar for innovation and non-innovation schools that includes 1, a start date no earlier than the second to last Monday of August, and number 2, the same start date, end date, holidays, and professional development days. I also want to point out, I don't have this up on the screen, but our superintendent's proposed version, it does not recommend anything around EL 8. So just wanted to point that out. And we heard a lot of feedback. So at this point, I'll open it up for my colleagues to share and discuss this particular one, EL 8, and then we can go into other sections. Director Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to speed this up for this section, I have heard very clearly from colleagues, especially in previous meetings, due to the feedback from innovation leaders and also others in the community, it sounds, I would propose striking this entire executive limitation for consideration.
Any other thoughts to share? Oh, Brad, I'm sorry, Brad. Go right ahead.
Thank you much. I concur. I wouldn't move EL 8 forward to Thursday. I think it as with anything, I hope we all gain some good conversation from folks. I would name the thing I heard most clearly is the reason this has been so beneficial is that the increased focus on professional development and all those other pieces that our schools are using. I think it's one of those times for us to learn from our innovation schools. And I certainly would commend Dr. Marrero and your staff to continue to look at how we can offer more professional development that targets very specific needs in very specific areas of desired growth. That would be something I'd love to learn from them, having been a part of so many of these good conversations.
Go ahead.
Additional to that, I would like to say that I do believe that the intent behind EL 8.5.1 was definitely to recognize the impact of heat mitigation issues that we currently have within our district. And I do hope that if we move forward with striking this, that we as a board we will rely through policy governance on our superintendent to figure out some creative heat mitigation strategies. As we know that we can't provide air immediately to all of our schools, we are currently working on getting more schools air conditioned. However, we also do understand that there are extremely hot classrooms during the month of August. I want to be able to make sure that I do call that out because I believe that was the original intent behind that 5.1. However, I just want to ensure that we walk away with the commitment of we do want to make sure that we are addressing heat issues, because if anybody's been to Manual, to Lincoln, to Merrill, to any of those schools without air, you know that those classrooms can be extremely hot. So I just wanted to say that.
I heard a lot of, as many of us did, I heard a lot of community input on this, and I just wanted to share what I felt like was the most powerful single reason to not include this in our consideration. And that was a school that has a significant Muslim population had chosen in their calendar next year to simply take a holiday for Eid. And for the entire school, which for those of us who don't practice the dominant religion in America, I was faced with my entire career, my entire schooling, taking time, my children still deal with it, taking time off from school for significant holidays. And this was a true equitable nod to the community of the school, and having the flexibility to do that for this school, I think is a cultural win and is just an outstanding reason to not move forward.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my point for Montclair Elementary School, who's used their calendar to do what Dr. Bailey tasked us with in her last public speech was what is educational equity and how will we know it when we see it? And I think Montclair being able to take their calendar, look at their student population and say, this is what will meet our student population is a story that I've heard throughout my tour of the innovation schools that I've been through and to my own experience of working at West Leadership Academy, looking at what the student population and the families need, what the teachers need, and saying this is best. I know the financial implications are high for us having different calendars, and I think it's part of educational equity. So I agree with taking it off.
Take it on.
I would just ask that within your operational authority, Dr. Murray, if you and your teams could consider even on face just creating a calendar that at least has all of the various holidays and cultures represented on it. I do notice that we don't have any holidays outside of the Christian dominant holidays, Christmas to be in Easter on our calendars, when I believe that our Jewish holidays should be put on those on our calendars. Same thing with our Muslim holidays, etc. Celebrating the diversity of our district, and if we are able to provide translation in all of those languages, we can at least on our DPS website show that our calendar reflects our core values. So whatever you all can do within your operational authority would just be a suggestion.
And let me just add this, and then I'll hand it off to you. While I understand that, Director Balderman had a certain intention when he was writing that, section when I added pieces to that EL8, it was really around the idea that we have a massive district-wide issue with before and after school care for our little ones. And for me, it was around what can we do to face that issue head on? And if this is not the way, then we need to continue this conversation around what is the way to fix that issue. My son doesn't require before and after school care now anymore, now that he's older, but I face that issue every day for years. And we're hearing it from parents, especially on the healthy start time issue. And so for me, the intent was that, I understand that the intent for you was something else, but for me, it was that was a big part of why I felt this needed to continue on in this EL. so that we were having these robust conversations around this issue. So I just want to remind everyone that we need to continue to remember that, because we have families. As I heard it from the Black Family Advisory Committee, when we were at the meeting a week or so ago, with Superintendent Marrero, and that was very loud and clear to me, that is something that, our families are facing, and it's critical. It's critical, especially if we have employees, DPS employees that are also parents, that are needing that to be able to get to work on time and be able to have a full work day and have that support. So let's continue to have that conversation. Director Baldwin?
So excuse me. I'm totally open to the idea of not moving this EL8 to a second read. The thing that I wanted to highlight, and one, I appreciate the nod to the heat mitigation and the holidays, totally agree. But I also think there's kind of some weights on flexibilities and how it ties into our efficiencies within the district. The thing that I wanted to highlight is the pause and reflect document. In Appendix A talks about some of the operational impacts of innovation schools, in particular having different calendars. So as we take this off, Dr. Murray, I know you have this document, but what's tricky is as we have more autonomy, the trade-off is inefficiencies, and that leads to cost. And as we have declining enrollment and our funding is coming down, I mean, I'm worried. I just want to make sure that these trade-offs really lead to better student outcomes, or if we're just doing it for this just because we can. So, but I'm also good with not moving this forward.
I don't think that, I think we can create, we can create a healthy balance between autonomy and efficiency. As y'all know, corporate America, banking, to be more precise, is my actual professional background. And with that, I've worked for like the large credit union, the large independently owned, and one of the largest nationally owned banks. And they do give their branches autonomy, but they also incorporate consistency, right? And so I think that's the balance that we're looking for. We're looking to give our school autonomy, but yet have something that is consistent. And when we're striving for that consistency, we also have to make sure we're doing it through an equitable lens. So it's a heavier lift for us, for sure, to what you're saying, for sure. And the possibilities and the opportunities to have inefficiencies are definitely there. And so I believe that it's the charge of this board, when we're viewing things through an equitable lens, to make sure that there is efficiency built in there. But I think that I want to go out on a limb and say that equitable lens gives us that guiding North Star to the efficiency that we're looking for. Because when we incorporate equity into what we're doing, it uplifts everyone and it's a stabilizer. And so I think I encourage us to be mindful of our equity lens at all times whenever we are diving into policies. And that will help alleviate that, I believe, that inefficiency that you rightfully called out.
Director Esser?
Don't try it.
Usually when you take your glasses off, those stuff.
Yeah, no, I saw that
know.
too.
I was like, okay, that's the time
That's the professor.
So I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to weigh in. And am I hearing that EL8 will be removed from the original proposal?
Yes.
So at least that's what I'm understanding as such. Okay,
President Gaton, I also want to just call out what you said about before and after school care and the inequities that are happening there. That's yet another thing that we need to take a look at as a board, and not, as they say, kick the can down the road, but really looking at how that's impacting our families of color, how that's impacting our single household families, and what it is we can do as a district to support our students, because we know if our, in order to support our students, there are some things that we must do to support the families as well. So getting that wraparound service. So I just wanted to make sure that that was recognized as well as a future topic for consideration.
Absolutely, thank you so much for reiterating that point. So I'm just taking a few notes here as we all are sharing so that we can kind of determine where we're at. So EL8, we are then moving on to the next item on the agenda. It looks like we have an understanding there with EL8. The next one, let's start taking a deep dive into EL12. And right now we have our superintendent's revisions up on the screen. Is this, the viewing audience is seeing this, correct?
Right.
And let's take a look at what we have here. So we don't have the original up. It'd be kind of hard to sort of compare and contrast. But what we're looking at is first, it tells us that the superintendent, that he, in this case, and Dr. Marrero, shouldn't recommend innovation plans that include waivers of the DCTA bargaining agreement. I'm kind of going over that lengthy paragraph there. And then it tells us, it clarifies that if the school wants to provide rights that are greater than what the DCTA agreement provides for, the school could present a plan that does that. So, for example, additional stipends, or more planning time, say for example, for a teacher. And then it also tells our superintendent that he shouldn't recommend innovation plans that waive TECTA, the Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act for teachers. It also, based on what we're hearing from our community and the feedback we've received, we've heard from schools, teachers, et cetera, that it does still allow for one waiver from within TECTA, and that is to allow schools to hire non-licensed teachers for non-core subjects. For example, electives teachers, electives classes. And so in the case of, we have a couple of different cases. I know some colleagues shared the Denver Green School case. In the case of Denver Green Schools, we have a farmer teacher, non-licensed, and that's a very unique programming to that school. I heard from Director Lorvik around programming, a computer lab programming, I believe, Dr. Lorvik, correct me if I'm wrong. So those unique programmings would be covered, those individuals would be covered under this, adding this language. And then also another piece I wanted to kind of point out with this revision is that it leaves a little bit of wiggle room for schools that are struggling and are on the state accountability clock. So when there are no options other than closure or conversion to a charter school, the board understands that the superintendent may recommend an innovation plan with some of these waivers. Okay, so let's just stick to that, and let's open it up for conversation. Share your thoughts.
I would suggest that we would strike what has been currently given to us in the original executive limitation 10 and 11, 10.1 through 4, and all of 11, and replace it with the superintendent's language.
11, let me write this down, 12.10 through 1 through
12.10, 1.10, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and then all of 0.11. I would recommend striking all of that, and then that same way it's being answered in this new 10 that were before us with the superintendent's back.
You want to share more thoughts around that?
Yeah, I think that it's imperative that the current executive limitation before us right now does not have the waiver of section 2263-201 to allow the non-licensed and non-licensed teachers to teach non-core and elective classes. Something I've heard from numerous innovation schools has been they want to be able to have that ability to continue that those partnerships because it's more than, it's not subverting a union contract, it's not subverting an actual teacher job. It is simply saying, we as a team, I'm pretty sure that it's hard to go find an actual farmer to come in and be a teacher for 8 hours a day. And so this allows our schools in that instinct to give the flexibility of hiring that farmer or that computer science person. I think, I heard directly at C3 with our roundtable of educators there is that there's somebody who will be leaving our DOTS department to join the C3 staff and is taking a pay cut to do so, but she's willing to do that because she is excited to join the C3 staff, and they've created a position within their innovation plan for her not to just be being a DOTS employee, but to actually engage with students to teach computer technology classes, etc. And so with that, I would hope that we are able to keep that. And then finally, with the bottom portion, allowing flexibility for the superintendent to bring forward plans and crisis circumstances. I don't believe that we will be we will get plans that are before us that will, go against the intention of this executive limitation. But when we are in a crisis standpoint to save our schools from potentially being under the jurisdiction of the State Board of Education, it should be well within our superintendent's purview to bring us new plans.
Do you want to add more thoughts? Go ahead.
I have one specific thing that is it, okay?
Yeah.
And one not, but I can say that one. So the one specific piece that I'd add to what Tay said, Director, Vice President, is that there's a significant piece here where part of what I've heard from a number of innovation schools, or schools looking to become innovation schools, is that the use of that waiver, and I want to point out, because I don't think it's clear to a lot of people sending emails, when schools waive out of these policies, they're required to provide replacement policies. They don't just get a waive out and say, I get to play however I want. There's a need to have a replacement policy and a need to tie that replacement policy specific to outcomes for students. Side note. 2263-201 allows a number of our schools to also bring in community members to fill needs that they're having trouble finding professional teachers to fill. And to compensate them better than they are currently compensating them. So if they're only allowed them to pay, let's say, for instance, a community member who comes in who is teaching DJing, they can only pay them according to the hourly para rates. It's awfully hard to convince a community member to stay in the building and to provide that service for our students. If, however, they're able to use this waiver, they're able to compensate them much more appropriately for that time and that commitment. That's the specific time.
Real quick, I just wanted to rescind on one thing that I did say. I would actually recommend that keeping .3, from the original, and then adding or other governance teams, because I do believe teachers should have representation on CSCs, SLTs, and or other governance models, because there are other schools that use unique circumstances like manual use as the manual council instead of a manual CSC. So I would recommend keeping that,
Point of clarification, not about this, but is anyone from the SLT taking any notes other than me? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, would ask that we keep that. I would, instead of just shooting it immediately down for the other three, I would ask for some articulation on the intent of, the prompt notification of the complaint and identifying the person making the complaint. I do have some concerns with identifying the complainant, especially in the incident of it is a female leader making a complaint, and they could be potentially retaliated against, or, you know, we've seen circumstances where people may not want to issue a complaint, such as because they're not going to be, their identity won't be kept confidential. I can't support number 2, 40-hour work week. I just don't believe that, I believe that's way too broad. And then I would also love to get more clarification either by authors or legal about what does number 1 look like. That's, if it's not, I don't see it spelled out in here, but what's the intent or the why? Sorry.
Absolutely. I can answer some of those questions, and then at least to the original piece. The 1, 2, 3, and 4 that in the original proposal, those are things that are already in the DCTA agreement. And so they're just listed as examples of things in the agreement that can't be waived. So if the board moves forward by saying you can't waive any articles of the DCTA agreement, these things will be included. So if there are concerns with that, that would be through negotiation of the DCTA agreement, but they're already in there.
So we would have to put in clarification. So for this draft behind the president, we would have to explicitly state that these are things that the board, I'm just a tad confused, because if they're already in the contract, then are we already going by them?
Yes, and I think that's why they were perhaps eliminated from this draft, because they're stating things that already exist, rather than creating new rights or obligations.
These were also I didn't author it, but these were 4 specific places that have been waived out of the contract. So you may know that I have some experience with the grievance procedure. And that I included in an innovation plan a waiver of that grievance procedure. The arbitration mediation is the 3rd step of grievance. Many innovation schools have a package of waivers that have included a waiver out to only include 2 levels so that you don't get arbitration or mediation. This is just a call out of that this addresses. Does that make sense?
No, when you're saying this, what are you pointing at? Because I'm pointing at this.
I'm saying that.
What's up?
No,
that's the old one.
That's all, go back to the.
Yeah, this is the old one that
This
directly
was a call out to some specifics of some waivers that if we go to Dr. Marrero's, that this doesn't specify, but addresses all of those things. Does that make sense?
Okay, so, go ahead.
Because I think what I'm saying, is actually, I like this version a lot because it simplifies it, as President Gaetan mentioned. And it removes a lot of the detail and I was hearing the word vague, and I think that from constituents, and the vagueness was coming from the fact that I don't think they realized that this was part of the master agreement already and is about to be negotiated again for the 2022. So what you're describing are operational things that are going to be in the Dr. Marrero's responsibility as he negotiates with DCTA. So this is a cleaner version, just saying DCTA master agreement cannot be waived. The other pieces I liked about this, I took some good notes, is I like how this is phrased where it resolves some of the timing, where it's more about drafting innovation plans. So I really like that. The state clock I also really appreciated. I thought that was a great call out because I also think that gives a nod to the original intent of innovation plans in the first place, is really narrowing in on supporting students, especially those that needed additional supports. And this removes but not limited to. That was one thing that I thought was creating a lot of confusion. Your version has that removed, so I appreciate that. And as far as the carve out of 2263-201, I worry about jumping to conclusions on that one, because in a conversation I had with Dr. Marrero today in our biweekly check-in, as we see declining enrollment, we're going to potentially see more licensed teachers that could work at different schools. So if we have the ability to plug in a licensed teacher that is a good fit, I want us to keep that in the back of our minds, that we're always looking, in particular, at licensed teachers. The other piece was, where did I lose my thought here? Oh, this was just like in the last couple hours of, where do CTE teachers land? Is where we have these unique situations around Evergreen School. Is there the ability to use CTE licensed teachers to accommodate that?
Yeah, most CTE teachers have an alternate licensure.
Right.
And so they are under, another way that we hire teachers is teacher's license or alternate licensure. And so certainly a CTE teacher could fill a lot of positions that you have, but not necessarily all.
Okay.
And even not recently been updated. That special licensure. And I mean, I don't know specifics, but I recently looked at it. And there are a number of categories that are no longer offered. So I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, I looked at that when I before. So,
Question,
But sorry, so does that mean, so is your worry that because it's limited categories,
No.
that could potentially affect?
no, I was just making a comment that, that list is changing, right? But when we do talk about that, my understanding, is when they're seeking to waive out of that, if the recommendation has to be brought before the board because of that waiver. So these recommendations, because we're talking about either the implementation or the renewal, right, of a school. And so if they're waiving out of 22-63-201, that the superintendent has to bring that before us with the explanation of why it is so, and then we get to, or whatever board it is, discusses it. Is that a fair assessment?
I'd say historically though, we have, at least in my experience in the last 2 years, I don't feel like we get into the negotiations of innovation plans. And so if you're bringing forward an innovation plan to the board, that's your recommendation. So it wouldn't, at that point, the board would not be debating on should this be, how it goes about. Because to me, that's an operational thing, and that would be coming from your recommendation.
We're either saying this goes back to policy governance, right? So I think this is the conversation that we're trying to have based on what we think a reasonable interpretation by the superintendent could be. What reasonable interpretations will we leave on the table? And what reasonable interpretations are we saying that's an interpretation too far? I think that's the direction that we're going, because that's how we have to view all of this. No matter what policy that we're looking at, our role is to determine if this is a reasonable expectation, are we okay with that reasonable expectation? If we are not okay with that reasonable interpretation, then how are we gonna address it? So what I'm hearing you say is a reasonable interpretation that the superintendent would have the autonomy to say, this school can waive out of this because they provided me with sufficient information, data, and they're able to tie it into direct student learning and outcome, that the superintendent is okay to move those waivers forward and bring it to the board, what I'm hearing you saying is that's a reasonable interpretation too far for you.
No, I guess, and I don't think this is tied to reasonable interpretation, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Charles. Like, because I think, is it okay if I, sorry?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So okay, so I guess what this says to me is that an innovation school can waive, we're allowed, because that's the guardrail, we're saying, yes, this is acceptable to waive 2263.01. It's Dr. Marrero's responsibility then of if that happens or not. Go ahead.
Can I attempt? So whether it's individual or via consent, the board will be acknowledging any renewal or proposal, right? And yes, there could be an opportunity to engage, but usually not, right? In terms of this EL and all of them, it's really a superintendent adhering to it, right? And if I fail to, ultimately, the gripe is with me in terms of the evaluation. So this is just saying, here's what you should follow. I'm going to bring it beforehand. I will. And if I do not, I did not adhere to the executive implementation that will come up towards the end of the year via evaluation.
No, but I'm actually talking about the process that we are in right now.
Yeah,
Because
because
this is not an actual EL as of yet.
Right.
None of this is. So we learned this in our work session, that when we are looking at proposed policy,
ELs
ELs
and statements.
and in statements, that we have to view this with the consideration, you might wanna help me out here, because I'm
Yeah, there's a reasonable interpretation for ELs and for the end statements as well. And so the board ultimately has to decide whether or not any of the reasonable interpretations provided by Dr. Marrero are in fact reasonable. That's it.
Can I add something? So I think what Michelle is asking, correct me if I'm wrong, Michelle, do you want to hear from us, from your colleagues, if we're okay with the language and the revisions here as proposed by our superintendent? And we're okay with these reasonable interpretations as stated here?
I'm not asking the question. I am helping to frame the discussion. So when we're talking about different elements, and I'm using this broadly, when we start looking at, let me select something, we'll just continue using that. We have to, and it's great that we have the superintendent with us, but we have to know that if we accept this with the language that it's in, we are okay with whatever reasonable interpretation the superintendent may have. I may say, well, a reasonable interpretation for me is X, Y, and Z, because that's the lens that I see it through. And then Director Anderson may say, well, that's not how I see it. I can see how you got there, Michelle. So then we would then have to decide, would we accept my vision of reasonable interpretation? Because if I see it that way, we could have a situation where there's a superintendent that views it that way. That's all I'm saying, is when we're looking at all of this, once we approve it, once we vote it in, we are accepting any version of a reasonable interpretation that is out there, which is why the conversation is important. So then the question is, what reasonable interpretation are you not okay with? Possible reasonable.
Just the tactic piece. And even then, I'm just asking questions now, just 'cause I'm raising concerns, just for discussion purposes on, are there other ways to achieve that? And Attorney Berge mentioned.
Okay,
One thing to
Sorry.
right after you explain that, I really want to give Director Lordick a chance to speak. He's been waiting.
Absolutely. One thing I just want to make sure it's clear is that This allows a school to bring forward this waiver. It does not require the board to accept that. So that would still come forward to the board. The board could look at the plan and say, I think you should be using CTE teachers or licensed teachers here. I'm not comfortable with this. And then the board still retains, as a matter of local control, your ability to decide, accept or reject, as long as you do that within the 60 days and give your reasons if you do reject. If that helps.
And then Director Lorvik? Could you be muted?
You're on mute.
He's unmuted.
Hold
Let's
on,
see,
Brad.
Lucy, or someone help us out.
It's Robin for everything. We'll be right there.
No, we cannot hear you.
Hold on, Brad, hold on.
Madam President, while we try to troubleshoot, may I? So although I follow Director Quattlebaum in terms of reasonable interpretation, how it will eventually play a part in whatever the ELs are, this is for the board's consideration. This is just my proposal for your
Yeah.
consideration.
That's how I'm viewing it. Which is why we ask you questions.
Can I say something while we're waiting to try and get Brad speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's really important that the fact that we provide end statements and executive limitations does not wash our hands of decision-making as a board. And that if the superintendent brings to us a recommendation of an innovation plan, we have a responsibility to look at that innovation plan and to determine whether or not that innovation plan meets the ends in the way that the superintendent is presenting it to us. If he presents to us a charter renewal that we fundamentally disagree with, we are not responsible to vote for that because he presented it to us. We are not, as a board, a rubber stamp. We can't be a rubber stamp. It's not what we were elected to do. We have fiscal responsibilities. We have a whole set of responsibilities that we were elected to do. And while it's not our job to solve the problem, to come up with the innovation plan, it is in fact our responsibility to weigh in on and vote on the innovation plan based on what he's presented and based on accumulated knowledge. Just as it has been our responsibility to make sure that we gather input on these executive limitations from teachers. So that's really important, that's all.
Okay,
Let me try
can we
Brad.
give Dr. Lorvik a chance here?
Okay, how are we sound now?
There we go.
All right, thank you so much. As I've been tracking through, there's been so many different conversations. I'm going to try to hit a couple high points here. I want to name, I would look forward to moving forward into second read the entirety of the simplified draft proposal on the ELs with backing from the superintendent. And I use the long title just so everybody knows everything there that is under EL 12 that we currently see on screen. I would like to see that move forward. I really want to thank the superintendent and of course the team that works alongside the superintendent for taking what I saw as the heart of the original proposal, keeping the heart and cleaning it up quite a bit. I appreciate that a lot. Referring back to the most recent conversation from Director Esserman, I do like that we still have that responsibility to do our voting, right? All those pieces. I really, really like that this would help folks know coming in and help the superintendent know. You're right, we're not gonna rubber stamp it, but I want folks to know this is the sweet spot where we want to put the stamp so that they can see that and feel successful coming in. I will say, I appreciate, Director Balderman's reflections on hesitation around that 2263-201 piece. Having visited all the innovation schools across District 5, I don't see that used too much. I see it in very specific cases, and I'm very grateful for the ways and have been in conversation with a lot of my constituents around honoring some of those opportunities there. And so I'm really grateful for that. The other piece I want to highlight here is we had some conversation. I heard from the community a little bit of like, well, geez, you're just saying here's what you have to agree to in a contract. You're taking the superintendent and the bargaining team's authority away from them. I would really like to highlight the superintendent shall not fail to develop systems, policies, or contractual terms. So this still does give our superintendent and the bargaining team latitude to say, no, we don't want that in the contract. We'll have some systems or policies that tend to that they can continue to use that word in conversation. I appreciate that so much of this has been in there in other times and ways. I think it's also important for folks to see, there's so many folks who are like, well, I didn't even know that was already in the contract. And I'm not talking about our building leaders, I'm not talking about our educators themselves, but community members who did not know. These are things we are striving for, that our educators have worked very hard and long in conversation with the district to get to. So if we can move forward this Superintendent Act Simplified 12, it's something I would very much support on Thursday.
Go ahead.
Are we ready to, your director already mentioned some of 11, are we ready to move into 11? I also have the question of, have innovation leaders and communities been able to see this draft before it was presented to the board?
No.
Okay, so I have an issue with that. I'm gonna say that for face value, I have an issue with that. And I hope that, I do think that this, and this is up to your interpretation, but I do think that this could be a significant change to give us more time to go back to have those conversations. I don't know if I'm 100% comfortable moving forward with all of this EL 12. I'm comfortable with 10 personally. I believe that, in soliciting feedback from constituents and teachers and also leaders, I cannot support 11 as currently written in both versions because of the vagueness and the bullet points, whether they currently exist or not. There is too much vagueness on its face for the bullet points to move forward, especially, sorry, give me a second. Questions have been, what is minimal non-teaching duties? What is what the workload to be within the 40-hour work week? What is minimal inter-school travel? What are workloads that are free of busy work? Minimal, I agree that teachers should be spending outside of their own money on classroom supplies. What is avoiding unnecessary interruptions during instructional periods? What is inclusion for decision making and addressing student behavior? And then also, I don't necessarily have any really issues with 8, but I think it comes down to one thing that I heard is of saying, well, we can't find paras in the first place, and so what is going to penalize me or the superintendent in this case? What would penalize the superintendent for for lack of para support, which I think goes into another conversation for later on this evening. But with that, if we're, when I look at 11 for both of them, I just think that those are things that should be left up to the negotiators. Those are things that should be left up to Dr. Morera and his team about where they want to give on things. And those are things that DCTA should come to the table. And I think it should be between negotiators and not the board. And I don't have definitions. And I still am waiting for definitions on all of these small bullet points of like, what do those actually mean? Because people are confused.
Point of
Okay,
clarification, I'm sorry.
We kind of jumped a little too far ahead, and I want to get an idea of where we are with the superintendent's number 10, which would have been the originals. In the original, it would have been 10 and 11. So 10 and 11 combined into one paragraph. In the superintendent's version is now 10. Can we get an idea of here if we're moving that forward, that revision forward? Can we have a conversation around that? Because I need to understand where we're at with that.
The original 10 and 11 is reflected in the superintendent's 10, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have some just comments about the general overall process, is that I don't know if this is the time to bring that up, because I think it weaves into about my support for 10 and 11 as they stand.
From the original.
From the original and where it is now, because this weekend I had the pleasure of listening to Matt Cook define policy governance once again for CASB, And he started out by reminding all of us at CASB, Colorado Association of School Boards, for those, I'm speaking in acronyms. He said, you always have to go to your constituents and ask, is this what you want us to do? And what do you think about this? So as I've gone out to all the schools in my district and others, I jokingly said to somebody today, I feel like I'm part of the Breakfast Club, the 80s movie, like you're all gonna see us how you wanna see us. But it's so much more nuanced than that. Teachers are not a monolith. As I go out and I'm hearing you're not supporting teachers because you're questioning the ELs, but I am supporting teachers because I've heard from teachers in other schools and leaders who were teachers that they're feeling frustrated with the way that we've rolled this out. So many are concerned about student outcomes. I won't ever forget the teacher who looked at me and said, if you're really this concerned, come and help me find the 10 students I can't find from the beginning of the year. Like teachers and leaders' minds are in a different place right now, and I'm concerned that it appears that we're doing this without listening. And one of the things I prided myself in over the last 4 years is being community-led and district supported. And I know we as a board have heard about this for a long time, but I feel like I have not done as good a job as a representative of District 3 of listening to my community. As Director Esserman and I were reminded as we went to one of the schools in my district last week, and I was very surprised to hear all of their distrust of our board, saying you voted on a lot of things without coming to us. And I just want to lift up their voices. I forwarded you the email that they shared with me today during this meeting. So while we've heard this, I'm not sure that we've done a good job of bringing everybody along with us. And I'll say it again, I know that there's probably not one person in this room who believes this is possible, but I would love to see DSLA, DCTA, the Innovation Council, and the Portfolio Office come together around this and give us some recommendations and talk to us, because they have been working on this, especially Innovation Council. I know DCTA, DSLA has, I know the Portfolio Office has. I know that that's probably not the path, but I just want to say I believe in the people who are closest to the issue to be able to bring the solutions for us. I'm not sure that all of us completely understand what passing all of this means to each individual schools. And as I heard from one leader in my district this week, she said, I am tired and I don't have time to dig into this. Come sub in my schools and I can help you. And I know that I've shared these concerns with all of you, and I'm really concerned about the unintended consequences. And of course I support teachers. I'm the only person sitting here who paid union dues for 33 years, who has filed, well, you filed grievances. I filed grievances. I represented teachers when they filed grievances. I understand how important it is to have representation. I think there's a lot of misinformation floating around, and I know we've been working on getting a myths and facts sheet that's come through us and through legal to be able to share with people. And I just want to be sure that I'm not doing one thing again without people's input, because I think there's suspicion that has been created in some of our community. In my district, in the 15 schools that I've been to, the 5 in my district and 10 outside my district, these are some of the things that I've heard. So I can see there's a will to bring all of this forward, and I do think it's right. Teachers do need protections. I'm not saying they don't. But I also want to hear from the people doing the work and what that looks like. So I will, whatever we decide tonight, I'm going to go back out to the schools that I've been to and ask for their input.
Yeah, I would just want to echo what you're saying, Dr. Olson. I support definitely what you have presented to us much more than what we currently were presented with. I feel like this is a lot, this is more defined. I am concerned about some of the full contract going into effect and what that would mean in unintended consequences. So I do approach this with a lot of hesitancy and would echo the time asked from Dr. Olson around, I think that this warrants another pass through community.
So I want to propose something, because as I saw Dr. Murrow's version, I actually think that number 11, which is up on the screen, is also, these are items that are part of the master agreement already. Number 10 solves that problem. We could strike number 11 as well. We could totally take 11 out, go with just number 10, so 12.10 as is, And it actually, when you're talking about bringing the Innovation Council together, DSLA, DCTA, Dr. Marrero, Portfolio Office, that can happen. And then what we're doing here is protecting teachers' rights, giving them TECTA, giving them the protections under the master agreement. In collaboration, we're giving that responsibility to Dr. Marrero ultimately to then partner with other stakeholders to work there. So we're really taking out any prescriptive language out of this document and really saying, Dr. Marrero, we don't want you to waive the master agreement, and we don't want you to waive TECTA, possibly with 2263-201 in there. So then we're really, this is about, 10 is our values in my opinion. I think 11 can come out as well.
I'd like to see that come out, I think especially 1 through 8. I shared this, it's overreach as far as policy governance goes as well. I know I've been reading up on my policy governance, and I just want to reiterate that I was done too as a teacher at Kepner. And I was a distinguished teacher and I had taught there for a really long time. I thought I'd retire there. And that's part of the reason I was here is no one came and asked me what I thought. And the few people who did not act on what I said. And I just want to be sure we're not doing two people, especially when we're thinking about the exhaustion in schools right now, or the teacher who looked at Scott and I and said, come help me find the missing kids, and then I'll tell you what I think, or come sub. Like with the reality of what's happening in our schools, people are exhausted and tired. So I'd be willing to take that back to the people the schools that I visited and the hours that I put into really sitting and listening to people and spending, I know we all have, but their stories have just really impacted me in sitting and listening with individual teachers, with their leaders, without their leaders, phone calls on Saturdays, emails. I just feel I need to raise their voice here.
All right, let's hear from Director Lorbeck.
Since it's not the same not being in the room and you may not be able to see me nodding in agreement, I'm willing to support the removal of 12.11 and simply go forward with 12.10 of the simplified version.
So
I think what he's saying is
that what your that was?
So, Director Lorbeck, are you saying 11.1 through 11.8 of the superintendent's version?
I'm okay removing that. Did I hear
Yes,
Director
okay.
Balderman suggest just
Yes.
moving forward
That's fine.
12.10?
And that's what you're okay with?
Yeah. I'm okay with moving that forward, and then I'm gonna go talk to the people, the principals that I worked with. I told them after tonight I'd be emailing them, and the teachers, and the family members who reached out to me, especially you heard DSISD, they've shown up very loudly and clearly to share with me their ideas. I'll go back and see what they think so I can understand the implications to each individual school, so I'm not voting on something where I don't understand the implications.
Thank you for highlighting that, Director Baldwin, because now you've given me concern about 10. So I want to make sure that I have this understood correctly. And 10 is even if we strike 11 past 10, all of 11 still goes into effect because it's all a part of the contract, correct?
The sub-bullets of 11 are, I would say, still aspirational on many of them to go, maybe slightly or more beyond what's currently in the contract. So they are kind of and here's what more we want you to do.
So let me just, unintended consequence. Could an unintended consequence of passing 10 and getting, passing 10 period, would that default, or would that, in some cases, would be, if number 11 is already part of the DCTA contract, and we are saying in number 10, we are wanting to provide all of the rights within the contract, then all of those bullet points in 11 are automatically in the contract, so it just falls in together.
it's being negotiated now.
Right, so whatever gets negotiated in this round would then apply to innovation schools in their next renewal through the provisions in 10. But anything that anyone is seeking right now in the negotiations could be fully negotiated, and then once there's that exchange, it's signed off on board, then it could not be waived in the next innovation cycle.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because I am kind of increasingly concerned that an unintended pass of 10 endorses 11, and I don't endorse 11.
I don't think so. Yeah, so for example, minimal personal financial expenditures for basic classroom supplies, that's not a term that's currently in the contract. It still can be negotiated if it's brought forward by DCTA as something that they'd like to seek. And then if it's agreed to, then it would. But it would be after negotiation
I think
with
it's up to the
the
superintendent.
superintendent.
Director Lorvick, let's give him a chance to speak.
I do appreciate that 10 includes the line not waiving the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. I mean, these are some of the earliest conversations I ever had with community members about DPS schools, was standing out in 2-degree weather with signs saying I support the teachers as they worked on this very agreement. And I think that naming that we're not gonna let those rights disappear for our educators is critical. I mean, a lot of us got our start in those conversations with our community members, engaging to protect those very rights. And so that's why I like seeing it in there.
Michelle, were you gonna say something?
Mine's gonna keep, but just so you know, in 11, .4, I have some questions around it.
Okay.
So
Are we still sticking to, we gotta figure out 10, but, did you have some thoughts?
And I hope this helps kind of understand, because we've got the 2017 master agreement that's ending now. And the 22 is being negotiated. I see this as a great opportunity for innovation school leaders or teachers that have concern about the existing master agreement to now work with the superintendent's office, to work with Innovation Council. Like, we don't know, I mean, this is now being worked out. This is a great opportunity for collaboration between our innovation schools and the superintendent and DCTA to kind of say, hey, these waivers worked great. How could we actually make this part of the master agreement so it's available to every school? So we get away from the waiver mentality, but we start actually sharing best practices. We talk about that all the time. How do we share best practices, possibly through the master agreement? I see this as an opportunity to do that, and with the leadership of Dr. Marrero.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have to say and echo again what Dr. Olson said. I'm really getting tired of people indirectly assuming that just because we question this or we have questions about this or concerns that we're anti-teacher. So I'm like really over that because this is about getting clarity and ensuring that we do not have unintended consequences. So I support teachers. I just have to say that I'm really getting tired of both colleagues and also in the community with indirect or direct comments of saying that if we, questioning this or having
But
concerns
Tay, I
about
didn't hear
this
any of our
is,
colleagues say that to you.
I heard it indirectly. And so I'm just gonna make sure that we encourage that without that sort of negative intent.
Superintendent?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the dialogue. And again, this is for your consideration. Right? And 100%, yes, community-led, district supported, we should always take it back. But this suggestion came from what I've heard throughout the last month or so. Right, so I just didn't pull it out of the air. It was an extensive proposal, and here's my, I guess, respectful attempt to say, okay, here's what you all, and here's the simplified version as opposed to a truncated version, out of respect to the board.
Right.
Now that I hear that there is some appetite for 11 to be removed altogether, we contemplated, myself and council, on potentially just putting a period after environments, which is fail to develop system policies and contractual terms to create supportive working environments. That's helped me very clearly that when I'm at the table, make sure that I'm doing what's best for all, students and teachers, employees alike. The reason why it's all there is because we already did quite a bit of Xing, crossing out in the proposal that we already discussed. So 11, as far as I'm concerned, can definitely go away, or we can just put a period after environments, which gives me very clear marching orders in terms of how I execute.
So, just to be clear, I know you've been community-led and district supported. I was reflecting on myself.
No,
And I
understand.
agree, and I know you've heard that, and I've heard this. But as you also know from you've been all over, it's nuanced, right?
Yeah.
Like what a teacher is gonna say at a school in my district is different from Michelle's district, which is different from Sochi's, which is different from Scott's, which is different from Tay's and Scott's, right? Because you're all over in Brad's. So it's nuanced. So just to be able to be sure. Thank you.
And
I
then,
saw her hand over here. Michelle?
Just whenever we're ready, because what Dr.
Oh,
Monroe
for
said has to do with what I want.
Yeah, go right ahead. I think we're diving into that. It's connected to 10. It doesn't look like we're gonna move forward to 10 until we have this conversation around 11. Keep pointing, making sure.
Okay, so my biggest concern with 11 actually has to do with bullet point 4. Because when I initially read this, I was not viewing this through an innovation lens. I was viewing this through what is best for our teachers. I have not been a classroom teacher, but I have worked at
But you know.
a high school or two, and I know what our teachers are going through with all of the extra stuff. So when I was looking at this, I wasn't looking at it through the lens of the school leader. I included central administration in that as well. Because there are a lot of things that our educators are doing right now that they're being told, they're being instructed by the school leader because the school leader is saying from central administration, these are the things that teachers must, well, SLOs, did I get right this time?
SLOs.
That's the big thing right now.
Student learning objectives.
Yep, student learning objectives.
Thank you.
SLOs, I gotta do these SLOs. And that's not seen, and then they say that the SLOs are similar to something else. I don't, you guys, you educators would know what I'm talking about. And so for me, I think that when we're talking about 11, that needs to be a direct, communication to the superintendent so that we are ensuring that he is holding school leaders accountable, but that the superintendent is also holding himself accountable and his senior leadership team as to what they're rolling down to the schools as well, making sure that we here are not creating workloads that are unreasonable as well. So that's what I had to say about 11. So putting a period after environments works for me.
Right. Because I
Did
think
you
we
follow
said
what
our-
I'm going
yeah,
with
I
that?
did. And because Dr. Marrero has heard our values now in this and knows what that will mean. I'm sure it'll be fleshed out, but yeah, I'm with you.
how do we ensure that this conversation is global to all employees? Because I am a little bit off that it's only to one bargaining unit. How are we not ensuring that this is about day out and ensuring that, our school support workers and other employees aren't having unreasonable waivers or, conditions waived against them in their innovation plans? This needs to be a conversation about all employees and not just one group of employees. And also I think this brings up a question that I brought up in the past is how do we ensure that this is not going to set a precedence for other bargaining units to start saying, well, we want an executive limitation from the board that protects all of our contractual rights so that we don't have to negotiate with the district or we are in that spirit, because that's something that I've heard is so basically are we ready to set the precedence for when DSLA is up? We will pass it, we will consider an executive limitation for them. Are we gonna consider something for day out? Are we gonna consider something for CWA? I think that question needs to be asked because this isn't about global employees, this is only about one subgroup of employees.
And I think
That's key. Do innovation schools waive other collective bargaining agreements outside? We have 12, correct?
You could potentially. yes.
Potentially, but do we currently, or is it 10? I assume it's primarily the
Yeah,
DCTA
I'd have
master.
to defer to the portfolio office on that one.
Okay.
Apologies.
Sorry.
It's primarily,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've
Can't
ever
think
seen a
of-
plan.
Let me just a point of clarification. With that, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
With that suggested period of environments, it speaks to policies, that's district-wide. It speaks to systems, that's district-wide. More importantly, contracts. That's district-wide. So this addresses all CBA's collective bargaining units, potentially.
Can we ensure before Thursday we have a definitive answer on if there are any other collective bargaining agreements that are waived out in any form out of any contracts with innovation plans?
And I will say, I was looking at the Innovation Schools Act earlier because I had nothing better to do. And the only represented bargaining unit that votes on the innovation plan is in fact teachers.
But it impacts others.
So one clarification I could add, I think one of the common waivers, this is a phone a friend communication, is the waiver on para compensations. I think we've heard this a lot, right? To be able to compensate at a higher rate, that is a common waiver from the para agreement, so that you can do a different compensation rate. Thank you, Tayo.
Director Esser?
So I have and it's a forming question, so we'll see how this comes out and if it comes out making any sense. We're talking a lot about unintended consequences. And I'd argue that one of the reasons that we're dealing with this right now is because we've had innovation plans that have been approved without a level of scrutiny and without a level of appropriate fidelity. The board has voted to approve, boards prior to us have voted to approve every innovation plan and every innovation renewal. And yet, in any situation where a school or leader comes in and doesn't follow that innovation plan, there has been no accountability to the board or the superintendent's office. And I've spoken with DCTA teachers, and I've spoken with innovation teachers, and I've spoken with innovation leaders, and I've spoken with non-innovation leaders, and I've spoken to parents, and I've listened to members of community, and there is, I think we can all acknowledge, and Dr. Olson referred to this, a significant amount of confusion and misinformation out there. There is a general belief that if we pass this EL, somehow no teacher will ever have their rights violated, ever again. And there is also a belief that somehow if we pass this, we're going to completely dismantle innovation school. Huh? Oh, or we can't possibly do international baccalaureate without innovation, in spite of the fact that we have schools in the district that don't have innovation that do IT.
Right.
I believe that we owe it to community to fully explore some of these things. There are some claims made by innovation leaders that I don't know if they're true.
Right.
I don't know if we pass this as is, does it prevent a waiver around personnel committees? Is that in the, I don't know if that's in the master agreement. There are some big questions out there. And that, all of that having been said, we're in a better place than we were. I think there's no question. And I am reluctant to have this go on any longer based on the significant stress that we're hearing from school leaders and school communities who need this to be over. So I don't know what I'm saying.
I was gonna ask,
stuff.
can you?
I don't know if there's.
Because I don't know.
I don't know.
You're leading me questioning what is your point. I'm trying to understand.
I think it's a fair question because I'm asking myself the same thing. And
It sounds like you're just thinking out loud.
I'm processing verbally. I do that on occasion.
I think you're getting at the unintended consequences.
But
Like,
I'm also not sure what to do.
Right.
Because we can't.
Because we
Right,
want to
because-
protect teachers, like all of us that's sitting up here care about teachers, especially now in the pandemic. Like I
Say
hear,
it one more time, just in
like
case.
I've heard that from every single,
Yes.
and you, Dr. Barrero, and your whole staff, like any staff person that I've talked to has said, I'm concerned about the teachers. So like that's.
We all are.
Right, we all, every single one of us, but it's nuanced in what that support looks like. And the unintended consequences of passing something when we don't understand the implications for individual schools that have reached out to us to say, did you know that if you pass this, these 10 things are gonna happen? And there's no way of this unpaid volunteer job that we can figure it out for over
Of this
50
what?
schools. Right, so am I capturing some of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we also, like, I just don't know where the, you know, I'm still, I support 10 as written. I support your period suggestion of just saying, get rid of the rest of 11. I am now questioning, do I have enough time in the next 48 hours before I return to this exact seat and 2 days at this time to take that opportunity to say, this is what I fully agree with. I'm not there yet. And so I'm trying to figure out personally for me, what does that look like? Because that's why I asked the question, have innovation leaders seen this prior to its introduction? Because I'm already getting text from several innovation leaders that are hearing this conversation. I'm like, I have this question, this question, this question. This is, you know, this will impact my school. This will impact my school. And so now that that's already starting to roll in, I just wish we would have, again, have done a little bit more pre-work with our high leaders. Because they're the ones now that are reaching out and are frantic because they're like, oh, on Thursday, you're just going to approve the entire collective bargaining agreement. And you don't know what that means to my schools. And that's happening literally as I'm speaking right now. So
I was gonna say,
did I just get cut off?
no, sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What I wanna say is if we wanna support teachers, 12.10 does that. If we're worried, like the school leaders or the teachers, constituents that are concerned about the implications of passing 12.10, they need to work with Dr. Moreno. I mean, because you are negotiating the master agreement now. I mean, you need to hear these things, concerns you have, because you can incorporate these things. I mean, it's your choice into the master agreement. So that's where it's like, this is really, the 1210 is really the core of what I think we as a board are trying to achieve. But we still are giving the empowerment to Dr. Barrero on the how component.
So then this is what we take out to the community. We say 10, the 10 as it stands right here, and then 11 with a period after environments. And we say provide feedback.
In 48 hours.
There's still EL 13.
Oh, yeah, sorry, and EL 13.
I mean, this
And I
is,
think-
this has been out, I just wanna point out that this language has been out for 2 months, and we've all gone out,
It's solid.
not this. This is a condensed version of what's been out, and so they have that. The community has had it for 2 months, I would say, give or take. So to say that, you know, that we're gonna go share our value statement with the community after we've already presented the value statement and it's been out that we've been having conversations with everyone for 2 months, that's where I'm trying to understand, you all want to continue to have this conversation around the value statement, because am I hearing you right, Dr. Carey, or Dr. Olson? You're saying you haven't heard enough information?
No, what I'm saying is the constituents that I've interacted with had not seen this. So they were only giving me feedback on what was posted from January 24th. So what I would like to do, they all know this is coming, is I'd like to say, this is where we landed last night. Tell me your feedback based on this. I think the school calendar piece, us taking that out, is incredible. Like, that will change a lot of people, at least from the conversations I've had. People will be grateful for that. People will be grateful for the fact that we're taking out 11, 1 through 8.
Okay, so it sounds like you already know what people are gonna be grateful.
But I don't wanna assume, I wanna ask. That's my work, I'll do that, I don't mind doing that, I'll go back out, they know it's coming. I told them I would check in with them
Because
again.
we'll have to do that between you realize that we have to do that between now and Wednesday. This is up to a vote on Thursday.
Well, we'll
We have
post
to turn
this.
around, we'll have to turn around and give, our revised final draft for second reading to Robin by end of day Wednesday.
But what then maybe I misunderstood. I thought this would be our final draft, what we're deciding on now, 10 and then 11 to the period after environments.
It
But
is-
I'd like to get feedback on that will help me decide how I'll vote on this, from teachers, from the people who I said, I will come back to you.
And you can do that, you have a right to do that.
I will.
I just wanna point out that if I vote for this, or if I don't vote for this, is not saying that I do or I don't support teacher rights, or that I do or I don't support our teachers. I've received communication on both, where they support this and they are against it. And the against is not just school leaders or community. Our educators, our teachers have concerns both ways. And so to say if we really want to support teacher rights, then this is the way to do it. I don't believe that that's fair to ourselves to make that statement.
Because teachers are not a monolith.
Exactly. I mean, the number of, and we've all gotten them, the number of emails, phone calls, text messages. I didn't want to speak up at public comment because depending on which way the room was going, either for or against. And so I just want to put it out there that I stand behind teachers. Come from a family of teachers, husband was a teacher, still have teachers. So yeah, I think we need to just take that out. Take that off the table, that how we view this is whether it impacts or defines, that's the word I'm looking for, defines whether or not we support teachers.
You're looking at your values. And part of my values is ensuring that we have a process and having this significant time and to ensure that this is what community wants. And so I am not committed to, I support 10 and 11 with the period moving forward to a final draft, but I can't commit that I can support this come Thursday.
Go to 13.
Let's go to 13.
Okay,
Sorry.
and there's no other thoughts on that one? Let's go
Sorry.
to EL 13.
Can we quickly, at least what I'm hearing is whatever we're gonna do with the current proposal looks best as what is written in the superintendent's proposal, 10, 11, adding with the period after environment, and that we're no longer discussing anything after that. Is
That's
that
what I heard.
right?
Yep.
I just before we move on, I wanna make sure that that's where we are.
So 10, all of 10, and then 11, and then the period here at environments.
Right,
Everything else,
delete everything else.
yes.
If there is one other alternative, and I hate to bring this up,
We hate for you to bring it up, so go ahead.
that would be that all of this lands in the administration policies at some point.
Well, that's, so that conversation comes after the vote.
Okay.
Yes,
Comes after what?
after the vote on Thursday.
Because we don't work in administrative policies, those are Dr. Barrera. So that would be the thing I would
Wait.
caution is that we're.
So this is a new twist for me.
I
Okay,
think-
let's move on to 13, and then can we circle back around to that conversation?
I'm not ready to do that. How do you switch an EL to an admin policy?
So the superintendent has the responsibility for all of the administration policies that get established in the district.
Dr. Charles, may I?
Yes.
So here's, I guess, where we are. I know it's titled Superintendent's Proposal, and that's a misnomer. It's really Superintendent's recommendation for the board's consideration, right? I'm in no way proposing an executive limitation upon myself, right? Because this is the board's executive limitation. This is based on feedback that I've heard from the board, right?
Say it for people in the know.
So this is for, all of this is for your consideration based on the extent of the original executive limitations that were proposed. All right, so that's addressing the misnomer. There is a certain piece of this that could be addressed, a small part of that in terms of admin policy, but not the scope of the ELs. It's not admin policy, I guess, correctable, if that makes sense, right? When it comes to teacher rights, yeah, right? There's something that I can do and I have done for other members of our employee groups, right?
Why didn't we lead with this?
I'm sorry,
I'm asking, why didn't we lead with this?
the original proposal had a slew of considerations, not just teacher protections. So it went into compensation to calendar year. That was just one small piece of the entire proposal.
I mean, that's not really a question. That was just putting it out there in the universe.
Since I know we're gonna go into 13, I know from Director Anderson and Dr. Olson mentioned in terms of taking it to the field, and I feel strongly about that. But since this was an executive proposal from the board, I'm bringing it, my suggestions to the board, right? I would not canvass around with you all in the dark, right? So this, the first interaction is a suggestion for you all to consider. That's why no one's been brought to the fold.
I don't fault you for that. I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Okay, so let's go to, did you have
No,
a
keep
thought
going.
on
I want to follow up later, but keep going. I won't.
Okay. So let's go to EL 13, staff compensation. Again, in the original, I'm clicking to the original. The original has 8.1 through 8.5. I won't read through all of those. In our superintendent's revisions, we have, he tied it all together with certain language where he's saying, superintendent will not fail to provide employees covered under collective bargaining units a transparent and publicly posted compensation schedule that ranks in the top 3 for comparable neighboring Colorado school districts. So tying all that into the one sentence. So let's have a conversation around that revised version.
I believe that EL 13 personally should be withheld and brought into a broader conversation around employee compensation, especially starting with those who are our hourly workers, and ensuring that we have a competitive, thriving wage. And I know that your teams have compiled some data for the board to review about what would a $20 minimum wage look like in a few scenarios. I don't believe that conversation should move forward with this executive limitation around compensation, staff compensation, but I believe that this should be the one that goes back to first reading and we do significant changes and ensure that it's a global conversation that does this and also explicitly starts the work to build towards $20 an hour. I don't believe after reading the information, personally that your staff has provided, it should be an immediate $20 an hour raise because of the fiscal impact to the district. But I really did like how they were able to give a prediction, or I don't think it was a prediction. They used the word of saying it's not a prediction. It's not, this is not the real, this is the hypothetical number of what a 2-year breakup would look like and how that would hit different areas. And then I am also understanding that with that, there are certain individuals under certain agreements that we would have to potentially go back to a CBA and have that conversation with that union. So personally, I would say that EL 13 should be struck for now and then brought back up on a first read before in a future board meeting, if that's April or May, before we talk about our board budget, the district's budget, especially because we can't wait any longer on minimum wage increases, especially when McDonald's down the street is providing $18 an hour, Costco is at $21 an hour, and other places are outperforming our paraeducators. And finally, I met with a group of paraeducators who have made the same wage for quite some time now, and they're doing things that we would not ask individuals to do, like they are bathing children, they are feeding children, they are putting tubes in places where only, licensed CNAs should be going, and they're only being paid minimum wage in our district, and so I believe we can do better. And so I would personally ask that we push EL 13 to its own compensation and start talking about a global compensation for all employees, starting with our hourly workers under 20.
Okay. Scott?
Director Lorvik.
Okay, Director Lorvik, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Director Anderson, I think we should engage in more conversation around all those compensation pieces you mentioned. And I don't think that's going to happen before Thursday. So I want to have those conversations. I like 13 and this 8 language here because it's a value statement. It's not prescriptive in a bad way, but it names a very clear value that when we go into bargaining, and as I've heard other people mention this evening, what about everyone, right? Under collective bargaining units, this is all of our employees under that we want to be in the top 3. And we want to be public and clear about where we are with those numbers. That to me is a very simple, easy value to name and hold out there to begin with as we move forward with this. And I would also hope that in order to stay in the top 3, that it keeps us always adjusting and moving up in different ways. That rather than just picking a specific number for a moment in time, it does carry us forward to always be following along and staying very competitive.
Okay, Scott?
What timeline do we have for compensation discussions with bargaining unions coming up in fall? Is there any in the near future? I'm just wondering about timing on EL 13.
In terms of
The
negotiation,
negotiations of financial agreements, and it should be by June,
Yeah.
they're done, so between now and June.
Because looking at the original version, so this is helpful because I'm just thinking in terms of timing of if we were to go down the path you're talking about of delaying on 13, I mean, if that means we can get 12.10 done, speaking for myself, I'm fine with also pulling 13 and having more of a conversation because I also have concerns about removing. From the original version, there was a mention that says, does not include performance-based bonuses tied to student test scores or district or SPF ratings. That too is a value statement. And I would love to see it get included back into the Marrero draft, as well as having a conversation around some of the bonuses that are taking place where we're competing for teachers. So the rest of them are probably a bit prescriptive. And there are things you can do anyways, but the ones around the performance bonus, especially around testing, that to me is a pretty strong value statement that I would love to incorporate, but at the same time, I don't want to delay the thing that is more urgent to me, which is 12.10.
And additionally, 12.8 does not include all employees in DPS because there are some that are not in collective bargaining agreements. How do I know? I was one of them. Michelle was one of them. Our central office staff, that anybody that's, a part of our central office, most of those are not covered by CBA, so it's not actually inclusive to all employees in DPS, especially because we are willfully ignoring those who are not in CBAs. And so I think that tabling this for now gives the opportunity to redraft and to come with something that is inclusive to all, and also begins to open up other conversations around what Scott's talking about, around hourly workers. So again, I advocate for tabling 13 as is because we're not inclusive with all employees under this policy.
Any other thoughts? I would just echo what Director Balderman said on 3 about performance-based bonuses. Having always been an ELS teacher in ELD, I was always frustrated with that because students take longer to learn English and demonstrate their growth on standardized test scores. I think the interim, especially coming out of the pandemic, what we've heard over and over again is that school-based interim data has been, and the district-based interim data has been so much more helpful.
Go ahead.
Tend to agree on 3, however, this still feels overly prescriptive. And I'd like to find a way to say this that is truly a value statement of, right? Like, and I agree with the heart of what you're getting at.
Policy governance piece.
In what was eliminated, sub 3.
Got
it. Like, when we get into the level of performance-based bonuses in the SPF, we're talking about operation, right? And we're talking about operational decisions that we're allowing. And I think there's a value statement to make there. I don't know what it is, which would be an argument for delaying this 13 altogether. I think.
Yeah, I think that there is space to strike 13 so that we can have further conversation about it, because there are some things that I view differently because of my background.
Sure.
I also believe we're losing good employees because they're capped at their salary. They have no more room to earn money. And we're losing good employees. And so I believe that it says staff compensation, and we need to make sure that we're giving it the attention that the title says, because originally this doesn't reflect staff.
I'm gonna take this one more step. That if we take this back to draft, that it allows us the opportunity for this particular EL to truly be community-led and district supported.
Yeah.
That it allows us to create a true community interaction. I'm avoiding all of language. Engagement, linkage, I'm calling it interaction. That would allow us to, from the ground floor, get input from the bargaining units, from the non-bargaining units, from all employees, from you name the school leaders, to build here something we can bring forward that says this is reflective of both our values as a board in terms of the things that we've already talked about tonight that are important to us, but also reflects what our communities are saying they want.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is our opportunity to show our communities we know how to get it right. And we can do this through that process, and just would love for us to get some guidance from our finance teams and around what is realistic and also what does it look like. So if this is not a conversation we can have between now and June, before we pass the next budget, when is the opportunity? I would love for us to get an opportunity of a timeline from our finance team of saying, what does it look like to move this forward, to move some of these conversations forward as it impacts the budget? Gas is a high. And you have employees making $15 an hour and paying $4 a tank for gas. And rent in this city. Our teachers, our educators, our parent educators, and our school support staff are working 2 or 3 jobs. I refer back to a conversation I recently had with a group of parents that are like, we are having to pick up 2nd and 3rd jobs. And so they're working over 40 hours a week. They're working almost 80 hours a week just to provide for their families. And that's just basic functions. And so I'm hoping that if we choose to table this, and as we explore what a true timeline looks like, I hope that there is something that can empower the superintendent within whatever power you have as our operations lead to recognize these hard financial impacts and burdens on those who are making the least in our district, because right now it's not sustainable. We're losing people, and people are choosing to go, they'd rather go flip a burger at McDonald's than to serve kids in Denver public schools. And that should bother each and every one of us every single day.
That's Carrie.
No. I'm sorry, I wasn't raising my hand. I was just listening. Engaged.
I'm forgetting about Brad. Brad, are you good? Any thoughts you want to share there?
No, I shared my input.
Okay. So am I gathering, so EL 13, am I gathering that that gets, it looks like it's support for striking EL 13. Is that what I'm gathering?
I would say table.
Tabling and bringing
Redraft.
back for redraft. Okay.
Yeah,
And that would.
like the difference between that and 8 is well, your point, Sochi, definitely about daycare is critical to address. Recognizing that 8 didn't necessarily do that. I don't think we're coming back to 8, but I think there's a very clear will to come back to 13 in short order with.
Yep, that was my point of clarification. Is this, or what we're proposing, that 13 still holds its first read position with a redraft?
I
And
think we
we
just
burn
send it
through.
back.
Excuse me?
I think we would just send it all the way back and just say that now we need to, I think we have articulated our vision of saying, we as a board want to table this because we want to do strategic community input. We want to talk about hourly workers, which then would constitute under policy governance GP 14. See? Thought I'd never get here.
We're all learning. We're on our journey.
GP 14, which would constitute that significant change, which would then mean that we would just have to go back to the drawing board. But I think that we've clearly stated to community that is listening, and I think there is some more formal communication that should go out around EL 13 so that people understand that we will authentically engage with them and so that they aren't saying, this just came out of the blue, what's going on? I think that is now up to us to determine what that communication is.
And keeping in mind that we still have to work through what the introduction of new ELs, I believe Michelle and Scott are working on that. Keeping in mind that we have to complete that process and introduce that before we reintroduce
And
EL
see,
13.
and that's where I'm going with it, is if we have a timeline that we're trying to get this done by June, taking it from the very beginning where we, are we saying that this is the informal introduction? Are we saying that this is the formal? Then we have to go through first read again, you see where? So that's what I'm trying, because we don't have the process completed, we need to know what we're doing with this, do we stop calling it EL 13? Does it stay, you see what I'm saying? If we're going back to the drawing board,
Well, EL
it
13
begins
is
to
there.
change.
So EL 13 is there, we just would add 8. We would be adding 8.
But then that's also part of the conversation, like it's EL 13.8.
So I'm
But you
thinking
see,
that it would be, as much as, personally, I would love to see something go through and hopefully pass by June. It's unrealistic and it doesn't engage authentic community engagement for our communities. And so what I would hope that we could suggest would be that this is something that when we talk about our 12-month calendar, we can add and get stuff there. We can start being able to create a real timeline with the 12-month forecast that we'll have later on in April. And I believe it gives us that opportunity for you and Director Balderman to go through or vice versa, sorry, Director Quattlebaum and Director Balderman, to create what is that formal introduction of ELs, because it sounds like there is a spirit amongst all of us to tackle this issue. It's not just one person. My interpretation is that there are multiple people on the majority 4 that want to have this conversation again. So with that puts the onus about when, but I do think that it warrants the conversation for us to get it right and not to cause with the next conversation that we'll have around how we have to go around selecting a vacancy. It would just be an undue stress for our staff and for our board president and for our board members to have to add this between now and June. I would just suggest if there's a shared vision around doing this, let's do it at our 12-month calendar of saying, hey, this time next year. And then I think that also gives Dr. Marrero leeway between now and when he knows that we're going to talk about this to say, what can I do in the interim with the operations side to figure that out? We can't, I mean, I'm not going to direct you to, but I think that gives him the power to start looking at some things that he can explore while we're figuring it out.
Those were things
Attorney Berge, can you clarify the timeline? Because you mentioned June, so I think the question, was there a question around the negotiations and the conversations around compensation are happening between now and June, or they'll start somewhere between now and June?
No, great question. So what I'm hearing is kind of a commitment to have this conversation, and I imagine these things will be overlapping with the superintendent's negotiation of all the financial contracts that will be happening between now and hopefully June, or sometimes that even extends to summer or early fall. And so I'm hearing kind of a direction to consider all this, to be preparing options, to be trying to incorporate this into some of the contracts to the extent that we can. And then the long-term plan is maybe next year, when you have time to dig into the ultimate value statements that the board wants to put into this space. And also reflect on where we ended up with all of the union contracts by the end of this year.
And does this give a leeway for Dr. Marrero, you and your staff to negotiate? Like if we as a board are looking at, I'm gonna just use the number 20, if we're looking at 20, and you know we're looking at 20, this gives you the opportunity from now and, you know, whenever we talk about this to say, I know the board is eventually looking at 20 in the near future. I can negotiate something that gets us even halfway or a quarter of the way. You now have the time without the pressure of the board saying, we're gonna make you do this and make you do it in a timely manner. It now gives you that flexibility to say, I know the board will be hitting this goal point soon. I can negotiate and work with my partners in the bargaining units to get somewhere close, if not there, without the pressure of the time constraint. Is that my understanding?
And if I can elaborate a little bit more, President McDonald. So that I'm trying my best to support the process, right? But I'm here for a reason, right? So the two major suggestions here support what I believe in as well. So if I can use this moment, add me to the list of the many in terms of making sure that our teachers and employees are supported, right? And are also competitively compensated at all levels, right? So I want to make sure that's clear, right? That's something that I hope for this institution, regardless of what the outcome is in terms of executive implementations. And aside from DCTA, we are interested in engaging with other units to look at their financial agreements during this time as well. So it's not just DCTA. So in essence, this could easily be in parallel as we attempt to, I guess, settle on what the executive implementations are. But what I can say is that I want everybody in DPS to be competitive. Now, I see top 3, and thank you for that cushion, but I'm aiming for the top, right? So just want to make sure that that's clear. So it's not as if I need this marching order per se. This is what I strive to do for this organization.
And thank you. Back to the timeline. So that would be, so if we were to look at reintroducing this, EL 13, potentially 13.8 or more, that would be something that we would introduce in the coming few weeks, and then up to a vote by between now and June.
I mean, I defer to the board on the timeline that I'm kind of hearing the direction is clear, and the direction will be implemented in our negotiation within the ongoing months. If the board wanted to put something in and you have time and you've had enough time to do your engagement, you could do that in, say, April or May for passage in June. But I'm hearing you may need more time. So that's kind of a continue this conversation next year.
Yeah, my personal suggestion would be first and second read into October, November. Madam President.
I gotta just say this. To be clear, I did not throw out that we needed to do this by June. This was mentioned. And so understanding what the process is, I was trying to provide context. If we wanted to, because June was thrown out, this is what it would look like. Wasn't a statement of this is the direction we need to go. It was just putting it out there, this is what it would look like, right? So I just wanted to make that point clear, that is all I was adding to the conversation.
I take accountability for the June. I only know that because our budget comes up in June. That's why I was like, if we wanted to hit something and we have to pass it before we pass the budget. Essentially, if that's what the direction of the board is, but I personally value the time and would suggest that this would be something we would potentially, Madam President, and colleagues, I would suggest that this earliest for first and second reading would be the October-November timeline. I feel like that gives us well over a few months to have this conversation and also go through the negotiation processes to see where those land prior to us saying, this is where it is. But I think it does start giving us some aspirational saying, we are gonna come to this and it will be soon.
I think the timeline is potentially problematic if what we're looking at is an authentic community engagement process.
Exactly.
That has to be our priority, and we have to figure out how long it's gonna take us to do that and do it right before starting to throw out dates. I think that's where one of the places we got ourselves in trouble here. And I think that aspirationally October, November is great, but when we put that out there, that's what people are thinking is gonna happen. And now somebody's gonna say, well, you said you were gonna do this in October, and why not? And it may not be the right timing for that. And I don't want that coming back on me.
I think that it needs to be a conversation in our 12-month agenda setting.
Yes.
And we do need to get to an aspirational date, because if we just continue to kick the can down the road because it's not time, I think, the difference between now, this and potentially, what we're currently under and a future one, is we haven't introduced an EL. We haven't read an EL. We're not under the time crunch of voting on an EL in 60 days. I think this gives us the opportunity as a board to say that we have priorities, in which right now, this is a priority, but this is on our latter side of our priorities, knowing that we have to pass a budget in June. We have to fill a vacancy coming up. We have to do all of these other things that are coming up, but I think it does put some onus on us as a board to our communities to saying this is on our 12-month agenda planning when we get there. I'm throwing out October and June because October and November, because I know that we've had, as an employee, we've had increases happen at semester 2. Because I've been increased at my pay has been increased that semester I work for DPS. So I know that there are things that we can be able to inch towards. I don't think that we need to slap a date on it now, but I do think it's important that people understand this isn't just gonna be a can kick down the road indefinitely.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Director Lorgan.
Thank you. When we pick this back up, okay, we'll pick that date, that's fine. My question is for Dr. Marrero. You still have a district to run tomorrow and next week and next month, any number of days before we actually get back to this. Do you have enough information for the decisions you need to make, that you have a sense of what this board is looking for in those upcoming decisions related to the compensation of every single employee, bargaining unit or not, and how you'll be tending to those things? Do you need anything else from us?
Very fair question. I do not. Very clear. I think we're aligned in terms of the nuances and the language. I guess whenever that comes, it comes, but I think it's very clear on what we're all trying to accomplish here.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like we have our homework. We'll need to work with Dr. Charles to work on language around EL 12. And take a look at superintendent's draft for that, which is EL 12.10, EL 12.11. And then have that completed by Wednesday, end of day, end of business day Wednesday, so that that is posted for our Thursday, voting meeting. This, for the board meeting this Thursday. And then,
I was just gonna ask if we can do some sort of communication to families, and to, I mean, I think this should go out to the entire district about what's changed, because this is dramatically changed than what was introduced. And I think families at least deserve communication prior to public comment and the board meeting, to knowing what's actually changed, and school leaders, how to articulate that to their families, because if this doesn't happen, people will still be under the connotation that what is currently being considered by the board is what was, the old executive limitation. So I think that there needs to be some sort of communication outreach by the board, posted on our website, and also an email to families alerting them of said change, just so that they are very 100% well aware of what we are voting on.
Karen, you were gonna
I'd just like to get clarification about the admin policy with the
Yes.
whole conversation, like what's cut out will be in an admin policy, we don't have to do it now, I don't wanna keep going, I just would like to put in that request, sounds like Michelle, you have the same request.
Yes.
Just to better understand that, thank you.
Thank you for circling back around to that.
I made a note, so I wouldn't forget.
Technically, Dr. Charles under policy governance, never mind.
is that something you want to address now, Dr. Charles, Dr. Marrero?
So I think it's important to note that as superintendent, I do have the authority to annex things, items, I should say, to what could be waived in an innovation plan. That's in my threshold, right? So I could theoretically, obviously not address the calendar, not address the compensation, but when it comes to teacher protections and rights, that could be annexed to the existing list. Right. So that is an option that I think the superintendent has. Now, I guess what makes it powerful, if it's in an executive limitation, I can follow it up and put it into admin policy, in essence reinforce it.
Okay, thank you. I think.
I'm not following.
What- so-
We're getting late, and I know we have another agenda item,
Can I just take 1 minute? Because the executive limitation is a value statement coming from the board. Dr. Murray, we should not be getting involved as a board with your administration policies, because they go to a whole other level of operations that we definitely shouldn't.
But I just
getting-
didn't understand that whole, it sounds like there was some understanding that had happened that I'm not following.
I think
Well, I
we
said I
were on the
think.
same page where you were, what I heard was, does the board technically pass an EL that you will then convert into an admin policy? Which then my opinion would be like, if that's the point, then why the hell are we gonna vote on this? So
Right.
I think that's the confusion was that part, but it sounds like it is very clear, the board votes on the executive limitation, and that'll be what the board votes on, and the rest, if you decide to do stuff outside of that, that's on you.
And then you could say, I like this piece, so I'm gonna take it to an admin, but I'm gonna add to it or do my version. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Somewhat. So I think we're conflating the different components of the EL, right? So let's look at staff compensation. That is an executive limitation and an expectation that the board is informing me about. It doesn't live in admin policy. That's something I have to execute. So in that example, there's nothing that could be connected to an admin policy. The one above it, referring to teacher protections, I can, right? And that's how I'll reinforce I guess I'm getting into the operation and how I'll execute, because that's going to be put into policy.
Admin
Perhaps to
policy.
be
Admin policy.
To be very specific on that, we already have ADE-R, which tells schools here's how you bring a plan forward, here's the policies you cannot waive currently. So that's way down in the weeds we talked about. And if the board passes this, we'd amend that to add these pieces to it so that that policy is kind of the full comprehensive guidance to schools on what the superintendent would recommend to the board.
So that would be the
wanna
how, on how to achieve.
Okay, then I understood it. Thank you.
I want to add this piece to that discussion in that the way that I view the ELs and our value statements that we're putting forward is we're telling our superintendent, here's how we're gonna hold you accountable. Here's how we're going to be looking for this information in these monitoring reports. Here is the expectation that we have of you. And there's a sense of longevity under these ELs that we don't get with admin policy. If Superintendent Marrero leaves 2 years from now, we get another super, that super has to follow this EL, right? And he could change, that new super could change the admin policy at that given time. So the sense of longevity is what we are presenting through these value statements in these ELs. So I just wanted to add that point.
And to
So are
that
we
point,
good?
question, or just if y'all could, whenever we do communication out, I think it would be great for families to know that what you just said. Because the misinterpretation is that schools are going out and there are certain individuals who are telling their communities that this is something they have to do. And this is how it's going to, that they will have to implement this. But the board, our only employee is you. And so it needs to be very clear in communications with families that the board's sole employee, this is, again, the vision statement to you of saying this is what we want. I think what you just said around that if there's another super, this is, that's key because that's where this misinformation has come from, is that principals and other folks have said, this is what I'm going to be forced to do to my school, and that's not necessarily the case. And so just wanted to, whatever communication we do in the next 2 days, that just needs to be very clearly laid out. What is an EL? I think this is now on you. Dr. Trout, just take from your town hall slides.
Yeah, we'll ask the communications team to.
Sorry, I just want to note that we've lost multiple communications people recently, so we're very short-staffed on requests. So I just wanted to name that, like if you're wanting something turned around, like a video or something like that by Thursday, it's
Not a video.
I'm not just,
not a video, I was just referencing what I had said before.
We don't need that, but we need to communicate to community who are expecting to come to public comment
Right.
very clearly what it is we are gonna be like.
Yeah, so I was gonna also say that I posted it online already. So the updated draft is available on board docs for Thursday's meeting right now.
Right, but we need to do more than that. Like most people aren't gonna go to board docs, and if they can, maybe they can navigate it, but maybe not.
Okay, Director Esselman, so how, does anybody volunteer to start a draft, a communications draft, so that we can send it to comms? A little bit less legwork for comms, let's develop something that we could all agree on. You can start something, maybe Dr. Olson, are you interested, and Attorney Berge? You all draft something, we can send it to the board so that we can all approve and send it forward to have comms help edit, and then we're good to go.
And do we capture the emails from public commenters?
You mean their email addresses?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I do have them all.
Because I was thinking, like, even with the public commenters that have signed up, we email this directly to public commenters and say, just an FYI, because we may drop a lot of public comments after this, because people like talked about everything I need to talk about, so.
It's possible.
Yep.
I think it's more about also just one more thing. It's more than just what the statement will say. It's where we're posting it, because if we're looking at this through a lens, say it with me, of equity, we have to make sure that it's posted in multiple places, multiple languages. And so then we need to make sure that staff has the capacity for the translation as well. So that becomes of a concern as well.
It's also posted on the board website. So we do not have the multiple languages ready, obviously. We'll have to ask them how quickly they can turn around the translation.
Is it on our Facebook page too?
It's gotta be.
I don't know, I don't.
Who runs that?
Will,
Okay, alright, thank you.
in the spirit of time, are we good to wrap this up so we can move to our final presentation, which I think is super important too?
Yes, thank you. So let's go on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you, Director Lorvix, for sticking with us tonight. I appreciate that. I am clicking here on the facilitation guide. So I just want to quickly share the words that Director Lorvix is, some folks have become aware that Director Lowerbeck announced some news with us here in the last week or so. And since sharing his announcement, we know that he's gonna be heading on to his next new life endeavor. And I wanna really give him an opportunity to share a few words. And then allow us to share a few words of gratitude if anybody would like to share. Otherwise, we could also share at a later date, at a different board meeting, and we can do something where we'll promise to do it justice going forward at another board meeting. But Director Lowerbeck, do you want to formally share your news here at this meeting?
Yeah, I'd love to just offer a quick update, and we can do the relational schmoopy stuff at another meeting when we're not. So what I'll tell you is this, and I do appreciate everyone's understanding, and I'm glad that the letter I shared with the board was able to be shared with the broader community, because it's a weird thing when people see so-and-so resign, what happened? I got reassigned, I got transferred. This is not a conversation I expected to be having. I look forward to many more years of service in this way, in this community. And we can talk about it. The Methodist system is a unique one in the way the bishop called and explained to me what the need was. And of all the places I could have gone in Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Montana, and even one church in Idaho, Fort Collins is a very special place to land. I'm not going to be here. I'm glad I get to be there. The key piece for me was making sure everyone knew in as timely a fashion as possible. Just so you know, I mean, I told the board Sunday afternoon, moments after I told my congregation. From the time I first got the phone call from the bishop to the time I told you all was less than 10 days. That's how quickly this process moves in our system. And so I told you the very first moment I had available, and I did so for a reason, because I know we need time to make sure that we can do this properly. So I also want to thank Attorney Berge for the very thorough work and preparation so that we as a board can respond clearly to our community, that there's a public application process, that we're going to be engaging, the board will vote, all these other pieces. And I'll let Attorney Berge take that over in just a second here. But I just wanted to thank you all for your understanding. This was not an easy choice to make. Very complicated piece on our part of figuring out what that all looks like. And much as many times and phrases have been used throughout the last couple of years, I feel I have unfinished work here. But there's a lot of unfinished work in the district. And so as we say, we accelerate learning, and we also shall accelerate board work, shall we not? And I appreciate y'all very much.
Well, I would just like, I'm kidding.
Well,
Thank you, Director Lowerbeck.
Yeah,
Would
can
the
you share
board-
with us, Attorney Berge, what that process would look like?
I wanted to first give you the option. We will be discussing this many times over the upcoming months. We can start the conversation tonight, or if you prefer, could we move it to Thursday as well? Do you have a preference?
I mean, it doesn't matter either way. We have a posted public comment start time of approximately 5 p.m., but we could make shifts.
And I think you just have a few slides to share, right? Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Let's do it. We're here, I'm here.
Let's do it.
I see tomorrow.
Let's just hope we could, never mind.
So it'll be the same window, Michelle, and you'll just click the different tab.
Thank you.
There it is.
If these things can disappear, so I can actually.
Drag it. Just drag it to
I think it's the
bottom.
board docs one.
Is the board docs one?
Oh.
Yes.
There we go. We'll hit it again. Great. Well, thank you so much, board members, for the time to start this conversation with you tonight. Thank you, Director Lowerbeck, for your kind words. I want to make sure that all of us are here to support the board on these next steps to make the transition as smooth as possible. For our anticipated vacancy, I'll answer kind of a couple of the basic questions. The first, we're hearing a lot of questions around when does the vacancy begin? The vacancy begins when a school board director moves out of the district or submits a resignation for a specific date, whichever occurs first. How soon must the seat be filled? It's trying to kick us out. The board is required to vote to appoint a new board director within 60 days of when the vacancy begins. So if it's anticipated that Director Lorvick's vacancy will begin in June of this year, you would have 60 days from then to appoint. Can we start working earlier? Yes, absolutely, we can. I know this board has been working on so many things. This board deserves the month of July to rest. So I think if there is a possibility that we start sooner, so that hopefully you can have someone appointed in June, that is an option for the board to consider. If not, we can continue the work as long as you need it, as long as we have a vote within 60 days from when the vacancy occurs in June. Any questions on that?
Just for clarity for our viewing audience, Director Lorvick's email to the Board of Education did not serve as his resignation letter to trigger the 60-day timeline to begin, correct?
That is correct. That is correct. Director Lorvick is in charge of the date which he chooses to, the latest it could be is July 1st. Is that correct, Director Lorvick?
Yes, and that was my intention in sending the email to you, was not to formally name a resignation date, but let you know of my anticipated ineligibility beginning July 1.
Calling all applicants. I know you all love the work that you do here, and you have a lot of things to encourage people to take on this tough job. So I think part of our work is being out in the community and looking to tell folks of what is this job, and encouraging people to apply so that you have diverse options and voices to choose from. The simple requirements to be considered are you need to be a registered voter in Denver for at least the 12 consecutive months prior to the date of appointment. And you'll need to be a resident of District 5. We have the exact contours of that on our website for folks to look up if you are wondering. Hopefully you know when you're a District 5 resident. But that can, and then there's certain crimes against children that you can't be convicted of, not surprisingly.
Is the certain referring to crimes or children?
Certain, you can't be convicted
Are
of
there-
certain crimes against children.
Right, but I'm just concerned that there are crimes against children that you could have been convicted of and so forth.
Well, the reality is the crimes against children are mostly sex-based crimes. So there actually are crimes against children that you could be convicted of and you would still be eligible.
And to point back to history, that would have been our last appointment that happened before any of us were on the board. But an individual was appointed, found out there was some stuff in their record. However, that did not trigger that person to be disqualified. That person willingly stepped back and declined the appointment, not the board was unable to offer the appointment.
That is exactly right, exactly right. Any questions, sir?
Oh, is that Karen?
No, oh wait, it might be coming.
And then last, this is very much the start of this conversation, and we put this potential draft timeline in front of you, not to say that this is what it has to be or even what it should be, but more about that you have the options to decide how you move forward. And then we can have additional conversations on the specifics and the details of what's included. But as a possible option.
Go ahead, finish your-
Sure, okay. So I think, we need to decide a time of when you open up the application process, and we could do that pretty quickly. We just need some time to work with the board to get the application document completed and what is in that application. So we can work with either the board entirely or some designees of the board to work on that application. We need to decide when that process closes and when the board will begin review of the applications themselves. As a reminder, all of this will be done publicly, so there will be full transparency in this process. And ultimately, we need to decide when you will interview candidates, do any public engagement that you would like to do, and then when you will be done and consider your selection of an appointment. I think Director Lorbeck has a question too. So.
Go ahead first.
And I just want to make sure to name in this space, a couple of you have asked me, like, are you comfortable if we do this while you're still on the board? And I want to articulate that I very much am. It's one of the intentions of naming it so early as possible. I don't mind if you're looking for who's next, even while I'm still here. Honestly, my congregation's doing the same thing for the next pastor, right? Like, This is how things go. And so please know that I fully support that work and will be staying out of it.
Thank you, Dr. Warwick. Dr. Anderson?
Few questions. What was the last application timeline for when our 2015 appointment went through? How long of a window did they keep the applications open? And I have another question.
That one was a little shorter. I can't remember exactly how many weeks it was, but in that situation, there wasn't much advance notice on the vacancy. And so the board was really operating within that 60-day period. This actually gives you the gift of a longer period of time to do this work. And so you may be able to actually extend those deadlines longer than you had when Director Taylor resigned.
My second question would be, would you advise that we have I feel personally like a month timeline is way too long to leave applications open. Would you advise us to keep them open that long? Especially because this should be, there isn't a lot for somebody like when we're searching for a superintendent. They're not gonna have to uproot their lot, or well, theoretically, they're not gonna have to move across the country. It's not that deep of a search. And then also, legality questions. I know like for the superintendent search, there are parts in statute where we were able to keep people confidential to a certain point. It doesn't seem like the law allows us to do that now. And so I think it's I'm gonna state for our viewing audience, or if you could, that if a person applies, their name will be public, their application will be public, and everything through this process will be public. There is no secrecy whatsoever during this process at any time. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for naming that. This is different than the superintendent process. There's no applicants stay confidential until declared to be finalists process under the law. So there will be full transparency if you apply. If you are interviewed, if it is with more than 2 board members, that will be a public interview. The discussion on how you move people forward will need to be a public discussion. All of this will be fully transparent and in the public. To your question on the timeline, we can't appoint until the vacancy is officially declared. So that can't occur until whatever date Director Warwick decides will be his last day in June. So kind of depends on where you want to put your time and your effort and your work. I think it's up to you what makes sense.
Follow up to that real quick. Could technically the board, if we have a finalist, if we have the sole finalist, what could or could we not do with that finalist through the month of June? Because I would love to have that month of June to kind of be hands-off, like we be personally be done, so that Director Warwick and this new person can start, having the time to train that person, having the ability for them to be properly onboarded, et cetera, so that it's not just like, they just get dropped off on July 1st and we're like, good luck in District 5, but we've had that intentional 30 days with them and Director Warwick for him to theoretically take them under his wing, and to really show them the ropes within our legal. Of course, we couldn't allow them to sit at the dais and vote or anything like that nature, but what are some of the restrictions, or with having the time that's with Director Warwick and between June 30th that we could utilize to our advantage if there were a finalist announced by that time?
That's a good question. And I think your step one is figuring out, Director Warwick, when your last day will be, kind of determining that.
Yeah, and it's my intention to serve through the regularly scheduled board meeting of June. And I'm happy to resign 3/4 of the way through that meeting so that you can vote. You know what I mean? So that it's in one time. I don't want you to have another meeting because you're required to take that vote. I'm happy to have that be the last action of that meeting where I'm no longer, that we could work that out.
Okay.
It'll be my intention to serve through that meeting.
We could also make the retreat on the 16th a special board meeting so that the board could vote if you so choose. That is an option.
So I'd just like to say it's late, and I'm respectful of those of you who have to be back here, and Debbie, I know you're up at 4 in the morning, so. I
Subtract
think
2 hours from that.
Yes, so we have a lot of questions, like who do people go for questions? I know we're not taking individual meetings just for our viewing audience, so don't think about reaching out to us and saying, I want you to say it's me. So we don't have a process yet, and I would love to know from our board leadership if you'd like to consider forming a committee. I'd be happy to help with that because I know you already both have a lot on your plates, especially as the president. I think a committee to work through some of these questions, who do you talk to, how are we gonna get it up on the website, would be a good idea. And then we could bring everything to the full board. But I think some of these questions we should table and figure out a better way so that everybody can get on with their evening.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to start tabling some of these questions. Yeah, we're getting too deep into the weeds and, yeah, if anyone is interested in doing that, to be clear, it's a committee only around the communications piece, right? Is that
It's
what
one of
you're
the, yeah, it's one of those
suggesting?
temporary committees that comes with ideas like, here's an application, here's who you should like, is it gonna be Lori if you have questions, like, just communications and options, and then all of us talk about it, but to gather everything, to get some of these questions from all of us.
Well, Tay and I can discuss that at our next meeting with the SLT.
Sure.
And get back to all of you. But if there's interest, you're offering,
I'm interested.
to help us. Okay. All right, so I think we're wrapping up. Thank you, Attorney Bertie, appreciate your time on that. And,
Thank you for the great conversation, everyone. I appreciate
I
it.
think we can wrap up. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Wait.
We don't have to do it
This time.
We don't have to do that this time.
I'm
So,
doing it anyway.
motion to adjourn, thank
No
you.
Right. Well, that 4.5-hour marathon is concluded. Again, started off with some great discussions around achievement with Tamara Acevedo and her team, and then spent most of the night talking about the ELs and process and the language and all of that. I'm going to reserve some of my commentary because I've got to process myself, and I've got a group of folks that I work with and I process with them. But there's a lot that was said tonight that I appreciated from Director Anderson, from Director Olson, Dr. Olson, from Director Esserman, and Director Quattlebaum, and they seem to be the most vocal. The two that have really been pushing this, Director President Gaitan and Director Balderman, I think they took a posture of listening to their peers tonight to kind of hear what folks were. And, I think that's listening good if you're listening. There were some comments from the superintendent that definitely made me kind of sit up straight and say, where's that coming from? But we'll process that, and we'll definitely be reaching out to folks to find out where they stand. I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge that I want to acknowledge that the revised document that they are going to be using is supposed to be up. It's on board docs. It's supposed to be up on board docs, and they're going to send out some communication to families and to school leaders and all that, which is appropriate because we have public comment coming up on Thursday. We didn't know what we are, advocating for. We need to know what we are speaking for or speaking against, and very important that we not just keep communication out there. One of the things I've been pressing with some of my communications with the face office is like, we don't just need you to send it out, but it needs to be measured. Like, how do you know? How do you know you're reaching people? How do you know? I mean, you get analytics if you send it out with, any kind of, mail system that you use, MailChimp or, Constant Contact, whatever. They let you know, hey, here's your open rate, here's who's read it, who hasn't. Right? We need to have that kind of data that tells us, like, is this kind of outreach working? Are we getting this information into the hands of the people who need to have this stuff? So, otherwise we're going to continue to make decisions based on, similar to what they're doing right now. They've got, 30% of people, 30% of people responded to a survey, and they want to act like everybody in the district responded to it, or every innovation teacher, every innovation principal responded to it, or if all the parents and students. It's not the case, right? We need to be honest about the fact that a very small sample, has shared their voices, a very small sample has actually had a chance to weigh in. And that's again why I appreciate some of the comments from some of the directors tonight. We're talking about the process. How did we get here? Why are we here? What problem are we trying to solve for? How does this improve outcomes for students? Right? At the end of the day, that's what we need to be talking about. I love the conversations tonight, even about, making sure that we are consistent across bargaining units, or we are consistent with, across the staff, folks who don't have bargaining units. What about parents and students who don't have a seat at a bargaining table at all, right? What are we doing there? I mean, I think that, folks who can't look at the big picture, folks who can't see how all the parts are connected and, how we are interconnected and how we are woven together in a single garment of destiny. If you can't see that, then you have no business making decisions. You have no business crafting any laws. You've got no business. If you're just doing this for one piece of the puzzle, then you don't get it. This is not about a one piece puzzle. This is about a district, a community, it's about staff, it's about students, it's about parents, it's about all of us being in this together, and we need to make decisions that serve all of us well. So, like I said, a lot to process, a lot to unpack. We'll be sharing more this week. Like I said, as we begin to unpack with the folks that we're working with and the leaders, the teachers, and students and families that we're talking with. Again, shout out to those directors who are listening. Shout out to those directors that are actually have gone out to schools, who have sat down and talked to families, who reached out to community leaders. They have, and I applaud what Dr. Olson says she's been there, and Director Esselman says that he's been there, and Director Anderson says that he's been there. They were telling the truth, and I vouch for those folks, and I appreciate those folks are taking the time to dialogue. And sometimes hear things that they maybe that they don't agree with, or that challenge their thinking, but they're hearing it. And I think that's how you get to the best solutions, where it's not a dictate. Right? As I love what Dr. Olson said. She reminded folks about her experience as an educator in this district for over 30 years. And she said, I have had things done to me, right? And it doesn't feel great. And so she's coming from a perspective that every staff member has, every parent has, every student has. Is like, no, we don't want anything done to us. We want to be in agreement with the things that are happening. And so when you want to impose executive limitations, and I don't care, you can dress it up and put it in administrative policy or whatever you want to do. Anything that you are doing to people, it doesn't work in 2022. Okay? There's some things that we are tired of. And one of those things that we are tired of is having things done to us, right? And so folks that are still in that paradigm that certain seats, certain titles give you the power over, you missed it. You are missing it. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we want to innovate. We're saying that we want work environments, school environments, that are more about the collective collaborating together, more about the people who are closest to the work, making the decisions that best meet the needs of the people who are in that learning community. So a lot to consider, a lot to process, and who am I? I'm just a dad of 5 kids in Denver, right? Fighting for what I believe in, what we believe in, and hoping that what we end up with is the best things for our kids. Because that's what it's about. Like at the end of the day, you can do all this. I tweeted this. You can do all of this dancing for the adults, but it doesn't matter if you don't deliver for the kids. And I think that's what we've been doing. Folks have been doing for decades. A lot of dancing for the adults and not delivering for the kids. And shame on us. Shame on us for that. We've got to start delivering for the kids. That's what this is about. We owe it to this generation and future generations to get this right, not for us as adults, but for them as our children. So thank you for hanging in. I know that there's somebody who had to watch this entire thing with me, 4.5 hours. I know that there are folks out there who did, and a lot to process. Again, hats off to the directors. I mean, all of them. I mean, it's a volunteer gig, and it is a lot of information. It is a lot to consider. I mean, again, you're talking about almost a $2 billion entity, $2 billion budget. You're talking about, thousands of employees. 90,000 plus students, and you multiply that by families, and so it is an unbelievable responsibility. So we acknowledge the work that these volunteer directors put in, and we acknowledge the weight of the responsibility. But that's why they run for office. That's why they get elected. And so, lips for the people, right? And I appreciated tonight. What I felt was like, hey, let's make sure we're not just doing business as usual. Let's make sure that we create a we decided so we can move. So that's what we're looking forward to. We'll keep pressing. We'll share more information out and public comments coming up on Thursday. We'll be live with that meeting, and we'll make sure that it gets shared out as much as possible. And of course, we'll give you the regional perspective. So thank you very much, and sleep well, and keep your eyes open, keep your ears open. Don't let it be done to you. All right. Whew. You take a break.